teaching and learning in education system in Kenya. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Suleiman Diagne, je suis chercheur au Consortium pour la recherche économique et sociale Dakar, Sénégal. Bon, je participe pour une étude de cas, analyse coût-efficacité du programme couverture maladie universelle au Sénégal et capital humain. Merci.
Thank you. Let's move behind as it settles down.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Moi, c'est Mafan Lioni de l'Université de Yaoundé de Soie, Cameroun. Je suis membre de l'équipe de recherche qui porte sur le projet efficacité de la formation professionnelle en alternance entre l'entreprise et le centre de formation au Sénégal. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jamal from Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Policy Studies Institute, or the former Ethiopian Development Research Institute, and I'm representing the institution, and we are working on a project on investment in education and labor market outcomes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalie Chimwemwe Chaponda, and I work with the AERC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melap Sitati. I work with Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. I'm here as part of think tank, and we are working on the contribution of school and non-school environment on pupil performance, focusing on teacher development. Thank you.
My name is Sala Sewanyana from the Economic Policy Research Center, Uganda. And I'm part of the policy think tanks, and we are trying to look at the persistent primary education dropouts in Uganda. Thank you.
Now, good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Oleche from IDS think tank, University of Nairobi. We are working on the paper the effect of COVID-19 on education attendance in Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Kasire. I'm from the Economic Policy Research Center, EPRC, Uganda, and I'm working on a paper examining what would happen to overall literacy rates in Uganda if we addressed school dropouts. Thank you.
My name is Musilio Adewale from the Department of Economics, Federal University of Technology, Akure. I'm working on the determinant of participation in large-scale school expansion program.
Thank you very much. There's a lady who just came in. Yes, I can see you. Please introduce yourself.
Kende Oluwaseun from Nigeria. I'll be working on the differential impact of COVID-19 on educational outcomes in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have introduced ourselves. My name is Diana Mushe. I work with AERC as a research manager. Let me take this opportunity once again to welcome you and to welcome our Director of Research, Professor Bebe, to take us to the next session. Thank you. I said you will introduce them as they do their opening
Okay,
remarks.
so thank you so much and a very warm welcome to you and those also attending virtually. This is one of a kind programs we have managed to put together in this project. So I believe it's an experiment. We want to see how researchers from think tanks and those of you also who responded to our call on human capital development country case studies benefit from the insights of our project coordinators, and at the same time, some of the leading intellectuals, if you want to call it, world-class researchers, how they have managed to conceive a research project, what it takes for a particular paper to make headway in the profession up to the frontier. So they will tell their stories. In a way, I mean, I'm not going to prompt it because Professor Lant is the one heading this, but from our perspective, we feel that the wealth of experience you bring, the knowledge you have on your countries, and also your passion to do a good work is a great asset for this program. So what the mentors are going to do is channel this enormous potential that you have into a concrete transformation that will help you throughout your career. This is not just for this particular project, because what the mentors are going to share with you is going to be a lifetime experience. They are probably condensing in a few hours' time the path they have taken. I know Lant is going to speak about it. So really to raise your expectations, to raise your ambitions, but at the same time also to look at problems critically. And we all benefit from this type of master's class. So the idea of a master's class came from the belief that in this project, we are not going to just do business as usual. We want capacity to be built, and that critical mass on human capital development in the 7 countries that we have covered. Actually, we are planning like 28 papers from individuals, the 7 countries, and that is a massive amount of work on a particular team. So it has to have some noise in the literature, in the policy arena, and also in the countries in which you work. Yesterday, I don't know, some of you were not here, when we were listening to the Minister of Labor and Social Protection in Kenya, when we were listening to some of the people who are doing human capital development programs in African countries, you could tell the amount of gap that is there between research and policy, but also the danger we are facing as a continent. There is a learning crisis. Now everybody accepts it. And also, despite our continent getting relatively better in terms of clear indicators like GDP growth, even in health and education, but the quality of human capital is dangerously deteriorating. And with that one, we cannot enter the new 21st century as a continent of hope and as a continent of potential. So this needs to be deeply ingrained in your mind as you think of your research project. So the ARC is very pleased to organize this session. Please take it seriously. Ask questions. You will never get a chance with these people. All of them are extremely busy people. We have Professor Pritchett, who probably have known him in this project because he was heading the framework papers phase. And he has been with you also on the proposal stage in the inception workshop. So he's not a stranger to this. But with him are lined up 3 other well-established professors from Princeton, Professor Leonard Wachinko from Benin, an African researcher who has done a lot of good work on education as well as political economy, elections. We have also Professor Yao Nyarko, New York University, a theoretical economist, but also a lot of work on migration and other issues, so he's on top of his game, and Professor James Robinson of Chicago University. So you have these best minds available to you, so please don't miss this opportunity. So I don't want to say much. Let me give Professor Land what he expects to get out of this session, where all of these minds have come to serve you, so that this service is not wasted. So let me invite Professor Land just to make an opening remark, and then Dan Peters from the BMGF, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who has made this project possible. So they will share with us their thoughts on the master's class. It's a 3-day running program. It's going to be intense, so let me hear from Land.
So welcome. What I hope is that over the next 3 days, we will reveal to you the secrets of how people come to be famous. And by revealing to you the secrets, I want to emphasize that it's esoteric but understandable. And these secrets tend to be passed from inside very narrow networks. And the rest see it only from the outside. So what we're going to try and do is, in a compact form, give you a set of approaches to how you think about what you're doing when you do research, so that you can produce high impact, high visibility research that others around the world will read and benefit from. And this is a very different thing, as you'll see, from teaching you techniques. We're assuming that everyone who's in this room is in this room because they are capable of producing technically correct kind of papers. The question is not whether the papers are technically correct, but whether they're interesting. Now, how you produce an interesting paper is the secrets that we want to share, and the kind of how you go about saying, how am I going to go about producing research that is going to be interesting, attract a wide audience, attract attention, change people's minds. So that's what I hope. And this is, quite frankly, a pioneering effort. And so we're appreciative that you're participating, because I think we'll learn a lot from how well we're able to communicate this from the experience over the next 3 days. So that's, I'm going to have like 2.5 hours, so I don't want to say too much now. But I do want to say that, yeah, so this is going to be different than other kinds of training you've seen. I should just warn you in advance, because we're not training you in known techniques. We're trying to inculcate you into a cult of people who are able to successfully do this, and by active reflection on how we do it. And it's not as hard as it seems. You don't have to be a genius. You just have to go about approaching it in the right way, and you can be radically more successful, I think, at doing interesting, high-impact research. So, Dan.
Great. Thanks, Lant. Good morning, everyone. Dan Peters from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I don't want to stand in the way of learning the secrets to becoming famous here, so I'll be brief. First of all, I'm just thrilled to see all of you here, and I think we're grateful to have the opportunity to support this masterclass today. I'm quite interested also to see the results and how this plays out, as Lant noted, pioneering efforts, but I hope that we're able to do more of these in the future if this is successful. One other expectation I have for the next 3 days is I hope that I have the opportunity to speak with a lot of you to hear about your institutions and your work. I think from the Foundation's perspective, obviously the underlying interest here for this project is how we're helping to use research to advance policy in improving human capital in countries in sub-Saharan Africa. But certainly another part of that is also looking at how we're supporting the institutions that actually need to do the work, and that's not the Foundation itself, it's not Harvard or other institutions, it's really your institutions that will take this work forward. So I'm really looking forward to hearing about the work of your institutions, and we'll look to connect with you during coffees and lunch and other periods. So once again, welcome, and really looking forward to the next 3 days. Thanks.
So I'm Pritchett, and this is the first session, and this is going to be slightly different than the other two in that I'm going to try and present both kind of an overarching view of what we're trying to do and then a little bit of the actual doing of it, whereas I think the others are going to be more just already going into the doing of it. So I don't know why this keeps appearing and disappearing. I'm waiting for it to come back. Now it's gone everywhere. That does, by the way, seem to be a dumb slogan, doesn't it? Exceed your vision? Why don't you just get a better vision? Like, why would you consistently exceed your vision? Okay. Here we are. So, the title of the session is A Bayesian Shock. Producing high-impact research. What a Bayesian shock means, and it's kind of shorthand, it's not technically about Bayesian estimation. It just means that what high-impact research does is it changes people's minds. It changes their minds about something that they regard as important, on which they currently have views, and what research that you have done has changed their views. Now, the kind of basics of the basic unit of research is, I'm going to call it a paper. It could be a book, it could be something else, but it's a paper. And there's sort of the first stage of becoming a researcher is you're taught the correct implementation of a number, and I'm only going to talk about empirical work because I'm an empiricist. Yeah, I think we'll talk more theory. Jim Robinson will talk more of other stuff. But, you know, you get the correct implementation of empirical techniques to estimate facts, like what's the average height of children aged 5 in Burkina Faso. That's a fact. It requires research that's well done to discover that fact, to correct for all the potential biases in sampling and measurement, but it's a fact. Or you can estimate some theoretical parameter, like what's the average income elasticity of the consumption of rice in Cameroon. And I emphasize that that's a theoretical parameter. The income elasticity isn't a feature of nature, it's a feature of our construct. But it's a well understood theoretical parameter and you can estimate it. Or you could estimate the impact, and everything I put in quotes because I'm not sure I believe the use of the words, but they're standard, so I'm going to kind of use them. So for instance, you could estimate the local average treatment effect of reducing distance to school for girls in Sindh, Pakistan on enrollments. And that would be a well-defined research question. You could estimate what, again, the local average treatment effect of the distance was. And this produces an empirical paper that lays out data, method, results. And all of you in the room have proposals that are funded, that are proposals to produce a paper. And we start from the premise that we're confident that with your existing abilities and capabilities, you can produce a paper. Now what we want to talk about is how would you produce a paper that would generate a high number of citations. The dirty little secret of academia is that nearly all, or nearly all published papers attract 0 citations. So even if you get a paper published, it's no guarantee that anyone reads it, understands it, uses it, and that it changes their mind. So what this is about is not about producing a technically correct paper. It's about producing a paper that people read and that changes their minds in an important way. And this skill or capacity is often not actively or explicitly taught. You could go through an entire PhD program and never have anyone explicitly say to you, here is how you are going to go about producing a high citation paper, even though the key to becoming a successful researcher and academic is generating high citation papers. And that's part because this is a, and secret is maybe a little strong, but this is a part of the craft or art that is often just passed from mentor to mentee without necessarily any explicit discussion of it. And so what we're trying to do today and over the next couple of days is kind of skip that process and try and bring out explicitly how what you might have taken years and years of associated with a person who is themselves a high-impact researcher to pick up by feel and intuition. So we're trying to make explicit things that are often just kind of passed down inside a cult, right? So the goal of this is to go beyond producing a paper. One of my favorite professors was Robert Solow, and he often said that PhD student papers were to economics what violin recitals were to music. They were kind of a necessary stage of the training, but neither the person doing it nor the person receiving it much enjoyed it. It was kind of, somebody has to do a recital to learn how to do it. Now the key to producing papers that attract positive attention is to produce an interesting paper. One that other people read, actively want to read, and feel informed about a topic of interest by having read. So often, you know, I've been in academic and I've been in both practical kind of policy environments like the World Bank for many years. I've also been at Harvard for many years. I've been in a variety of other sort of high-profile academic positions. And many researchers sort of come to me for advice. And here's the foundational advice I give. If you teach me one thing, you'll be famous. And they go, well, gee, it can't be that easy. And then I said, you didn't listen to me. I said, teach me one thing. I didn't say teach you one thing, because you don't know anything, so it's easy to teach you one thing as a junior researcher. Teach me one thing. Now think about me. I'm 63 years old and I haven't done anything but development economics since I was 23. So I've spent 40 years doing this. Now, I would have to be particularly dense to not have picked up some things, right? Second, I was co-editor of the Journal of Development Economics and handled 1,000 papers, nearly all of which, by the way, were rejected. So I've read 1,000 papers in the context of deciding do they get published or not. I've written over 200 papers, several books, World Bank reports, and in the context of I've probably read 10,000 papers, right? So now think of me. I've read 10,000 papers. The paper of yours that you write as a junior researcher is going to be the 10,001st. And you want to write a paper that in my 10,001st read paper teaches me something. You should start by assuming this is going to be hard. Right? This is not going to be easy to write a paper that teaches me something. But I'm, your target audience for a high impact paper on human capital in Africa can't be your local peers. You can't say, the people around me don't understand X. Who cares? Right? If you want to write a high impact paper, you have to write it for Esther Duflo. You have to write it for Paul Glevy. You have to write it for people who are at the center of determining what is and is not interesting research. So I've listed a whole bunch of names. So if you want to write a high-impact paper, your target audience has to be other people who already produce high-impact papers. Because they're the only ones that can be the ultimate adjudicator of whether or not your paper is interesting, whether your paper is informative to them. And if it's not informative to them, it's not going to make it through the filter to network to become a high impact paper. So don't, I often hear people say about their PhD, oh, people don't understand X. And I say, forget about people. Do I understand X? Because if I understand X and you write a paper saying X, who cares? So, now, when I say I'm revealing secrets, I'm also, many of the things I might say might seem to you to be arrogant. Like that I'm your target audience, but so be it. I'm willing to be arrogant in order for you to understand the point, right? And the point is, you have to consciously think that your target audience is the absolute leaders in the field. And you have to take the mindset that this isn't, and again, you're going to write a variety of things. Some things you're going to write are for local policymakers, and you're going to write that for local policymakers. But if you're thinking about writing a paper of the type of paper that's going to advance your career and status in a profession and field, you have to aim it for the very top of the field. That's has to be your target audience. And these target audiences, all of these people are similar to me in that they've devoted a lot of time of their life to acquiring skills, capabilities, and knowledge. They have all read a lot of things. They've all adjudicated a lot of papers. They've all written a lot of things. And they all mostly have lots of actual practical experience in the world as well. So, now, you can do this if and only if you try. And again, this might seem obvious, but I'm sure many of you have written many papers without doing what I'm about to tell you you need to do in order to write a high-impact paper. You haven't consciously sat down and said, how is it going to be that this paper that I write, even if I do exactly what I think I'm going to do, is going to change minds in a way that produces high citations and impact. So, in all the graduate courses you've taken, they've probably been teaching you how to write a paper. And they've put all the emphasis on getting the paper done, getting a paper produced, because that in and of itself is hard. But again, we want to start with that threshold and say, and you know, I went to MIT, which at the time was the best training in economics on the planet. And my first 5 or 10 papers were boring as shit. They were just terrible. They bore me now, looking back on it. So this is not an easy thing to do. This isn't even a natural consequence of having had good training. It was only with later mentorship, both negative and positive, that I acquired the skill of producing publishable high citation papers. Now, what do I mean by negative mentorship? I'll tell you a story. I graduated from MIT, I got a job at the bank, I wrote a paper, I sent it to a colleague of mine in the research group that I was in, who was probably 50 years old at the time, experienced professional. I sent it to him and asked him for comments, and waited like 2 weeks, and then pestered him again, asking for comments and reactions to the paper. And finally one day, and this is in the old days, I get a phone call, and he says, "Come down to my office." Okay. And I'm 30 years old already. I'm not like completely, I'm not even a kid. I walk down there. He says, "Here's my comment. Next time write a paper someone could give a good goddamn about." That was his only comment. Now, I had a relatively robust ego, which is a good thing to be if you're going to go into this business. So I took this to heart. I said, I've screwed up here. If this guy, whose judgment I respect, it took me pestering him to get him to read it because he didn't want to read it, and when he did read it, his reaction was, "Why did you bother me with this? This is boring. Write a paper somebody could give a good goddamn about," was his only reaction to the paper. No technical, was it right, was it wrong? It was just uninteresting, okay? So that was, that's what I call a negative mentorship. And, you know, negative mentorship can be very valuable. Now, after this, I don't, you know, the median paper in economics gets 0 citations. If you write a paper that gets published and gets 50 citations, it's a massive success. 50 citations is a huge citation paper. I don't even try and start a paper unless I have a clear idea of why at least potentially this paper can get 300 citations. If I can't say to myself, here is why this paper potentially, if it works out and works, you know, I'm starting in on producing something. I might not produce it, but if I can't ex ante say why, if it works out like I think it works out, it could potentially be 300 citations, I don't even start, right? So I go through this process that I'm going to talk about with everything I start. Because otherwise, the temptation is to just write a paper. You have a data set, you have some pressure, somebody's going to pay you some money, you've got a grant, but you want to work through, have I been able to structure ex ante before I really get into it, a rationale in my mind of how this paper is going to produce 300 citations. And 300 is an exaggeration, and you're junior maybe people, so maybe you think 50, but you got to think some number, right? So don't even think I'm going to get this paper published. Because again, the median citation of a published paper is 0. So your threshold should be tracking citations. Okay. Now, here's how I think of, here's the kind of central graph that I've drawn and tried to go over the years many times with kind of potential junior researchers, which is fields evolve in what they think. You know, part of what scientific progress is that people used to believe one thing, they did research, they learned stuff, and they now believe something else. So think of a kind of S-curve evolution over time in the fraction of the quality weighted, I probably should have a T in it, relevant people who believe X is correct and that X matters, right? So if you're writing in a given field, you should look at the centroid people in the field and kind of how is what they believe, how is that evolving, right? And how has it evolved? Now, this S kind of curve has three different sort of domains. One is something's not on the agenda. People haven't realized that something's important. They don't know about it. So here, people just don't have the view that X is correct, in part because they haven't thought about it, not because they've necessarily thought about it and rejected it, or they don't know that X really is important because, again, no one showed the importance. Then things come on the agenda, and they become hot topics, right? In the sense that there didn't used to be research about this, and then all of a sudden, you know, you'll see there's a dynamic where there wasn't papers about this, and all of a sudden there's lots of papers about this, right? Then, as the kind of, again, beliefs in the field evolve, things become conventional wisdom. They're kind of things that everybody, and again, these aren't things that everybody knows. Everybody who's on the inside of the field knows, right? So again, you can't judge the standard by what, you know, your mother or dad knows or your uncle or aunt knows. This is what the people inside the field that determine the dynamics of the evolution of the paradigm of the field believe, right? Now, the first problem is nearly all work by PhD students and junior researchers happens here. They write papers arguing for what everyone already believes. Right? So you're going to write a paper that says human capital is important, or kids are less likely to enroll if their parents are poor, or kids are going to do less well in school if, you know, they confront a poor teacher. All of things of which are true, but that everybody knows, right? And this is what I call the zero risk, zero reward territory, right? It's really unbelievably professionally tempting to do this. Why? Because you feel that you can prove you're part of the crowd that is on the inside of the field by telling them that you've produced a paper that telling them what they already know. Because you think this will make them happy. Because everybody likes to have their beliefs reinforced, right? But this is zero risk, but it's also zero reward. Because when I read the 10,001st paper, that tells me exactly what I already knew as of 10 years ago, I don't remember it. I don't finish reading it. I don't remember the author's name. It just disappears. So, and again, I just emphasize, nearly every PhD paper I've ever seen exists in this area. Is you're arguing for something that people should believe something that has long since become the conventional wisdom. All right? And no matter how technically correct your paper is, it just won't reap you any professional rewards for writing it. Right? Now, again, it won't have any professional dangers. You won't, you know, you'll produce a paper, and when people ask for your CV, and you'll have a paper to show them. But for the people that matter, it won't matter. Right? For the people that matter, it won't matter that you've produced a paper. So it's high risk, it's low risk, but it's low return. So cricket analogy, right? In a non-limited overs cricket match, You can just sit there and play defense all day and just hit the ball into the dirt in a way that you don't score a run, but I don't hit the ball up in the air, so nobody catches it, right? But if you really want to be someone in the field, you've got to swing for sixes. And swinging for sixes is high risk, but only with a high risk can you have a high reward, right? Cricket's analogy. I was going to use a baseball analogy, but I figured cricket would do much better. So, you know, the point of the cricket is not standing there and preventing yourself from getting bowled out. It's scoring runs. Sooner or later, you have to score runs. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about different ways in which... Oops, I went over there. Okay, so... and the problem is that sometimes you do see papers that get published that seem to be saying exactly the conventional wisdom. And so a super popular technique is to do what I call feign ignorance, is pretend we don't already believe what we actually do believe, because the methods for believing that or the evidence for believing that weren't adequate. And since you have new data and a new paper and a new technique, you're going to prove what we already know because we shouldn't have already known it, right? And so the link here is to a blog I have that attacks a particular paper that I think is an egregious example of this. In what, and by the way, part 4 of this is Ask Me Anything, so some things you can come back and ask me why the hell I said what I said, right? But there was this paper that got published in a very good economic journal that did a RCT, so brand new, cool method, in which in 11 villages in Afghanistan they provided a community school versus in the control groups where they didn't provide a community school, and guess what? A lot more kids went to school when their village had a school than didn't. That was the paper. And the way they got away with this is saying, since all previous evidence was potentially biased because it wasn't randomized, we're going to ignore all of the previous evidence. We're going to feign that that evidence didn't even exist. We don't have to read it. We don't have to understand it. We don't have to believe because only RCT evidence matters, and since we're the RCT evidence, we're kind of interesting, right? And, you know, if you read the blog, you will see, as an experienced professional, I find that kind of thing just beyond insulting. Like, you've just proven what has been the premise of every government's policy for 100 years. For 100 years, governments have acted on the premise that if there's a school closer to a child, they're more likely to go to school. And the fact that they didn't have randomized evidence for believing that doesn't make your paper interesting. Now again, this is a very popular technique, and you'll see it a lot in graduate school. They're like, oh, here's the latest technique. If you just use this new technique, the use of the new technique will be sufficient to justify where yours is an interesting paper. It isn't. It just isn't. Like, take the fanciest econometric, super tricky thing that it's very hard to do, and the state of command for doing it just came out last week, and I'm going to rerun empirical evidence that it existed for years with this new technique and get numbers that are different to the second digit. That will be boring. That will be like you will have done a technically demanding thing that had no point to it. Right? So, again, this is just... I'm telling you that a lot of people do this. Some people get away with it. These people got away with it because their mentor was Esther Duflo, and she forced this paper into a top quality journal, which I think is deeply corrupt. But that's the way the world works sometimes. But unless you have a mentor that runs a journal, don't try this, right? You should actually have to produce interesting results. So, I love it when I push the button, the screen disappears. There we go. Let me try again. I'm supposed to be aiming it at that machine, right? What machine? That doesn't control it. Can somebody physically hit a button? Or the fact that there's an arrow on the screen makes me nervous. Somebody has a mouse. Okay. Good. Okay. So, the economics of education in developing countries already has thousands of papers. Thousands of papers. So, Mincer regressions, where you put some measure of earnings on the left-hand side and some measure of schooling attainment on the right-hand side, run a regression, get a coefficient. Thousands of papers, literally thousands, right? Education production function papers, which is generic for, you take a survey that has student learning, you put that on the left-hand side, you put a bunch of stuff on the right-hand side, you run a regression, you get some numbers out of that. Thousands of papers. Enrollment regressions of whether child enrollment goes up or down with respect to child characteristics, household characteristics, etc. Thousands of papers. Right? Any paper of this type, in and of itself, unless it self-consciously has something new that is expected to emerge from it, is going to be zero impact. Just mathematically, right? You're adding a drop to a very, very large barrel of water. Like, it can't make any difference unless it self-consciously says, here is what I'm going to find in doing this that is different from, in some significant way, what's gone before. So now I'm going to talk about what that might look like. So now, and the last thing I want to say is, you know, against the feigned ignorance approach, it is possible that you can have a Bayesian shock that isn't about the location of the Bayesian distribution of beliefs, but about its tightness. Does everybody understand what I mean by these terms? It's sort of like, I believe that, you know, it's 58 degrees outside. You could show me a thermometer that says 70 degrees. That shifts what I believe the temperature is from 58 to 70. Or you could show me a thermometer that shows me 58 that just reduces my variation of my existing estimate. Right? So you could say, I'm going to write the best paper there ever was that shows that distance matters to schooling enrollment. And my objective isn't to change the magnitude of that impact that you think will emerge, but just your confidence in the impact. Right? This is an incredibly risky strategy for a junior researcher. So if you think you're going to do this, you're almost certainly wrong. Why? Because the paper has to be perfect and methodologically compelling for it to succeed as the Bayesian shock of this paper, the way that I'm changing Lant Pritchett or Esther Duflo or Michael Kramer's or Paul Glevy's views about the world, is tightening their uncertainty around what they already believe. That's a very risky strategy for you, because the fact that you've done it and no one else has done it, and you've done it so unbelievably perfectly that it should be a significant amount in the change of my variance, just very implausible. Every now and again, it happens, but this is super rare, and probably not people in this room's comparative advantage. So the second kind of a Bayesian, there's also a kind of, I just want to get this out of the way, you know, as a professional strategy, there is also a non-Bayesian shock path to high citations, which is you come up with a new technique that other people use in their work. So methodologically, you could come up with, in econometrics, for instance, if you ever do econometrics, Stata is going to offer you some robust standard error estimate. The early paper that came up with robust standard error estimates has 22,000 citations. Because everybody who uses this estimate or this technique cites you, or at least for a while they do, right? So this didn't change anybody's beliefs about anything substantive. It just provided a technique. I have a paper where we just showed how to use the assets from DHS to create a plausible proxy for household wealth and estimating, the outcomes in the demographic and health surveys. It has 7,000 citations. Like it's huge citations, but it didn't change anybody's mind about anything. It was just a technique they use, and so they borrow. So I'm also not going to talk a lot about this because this is pretty rare and mainly for theorists and stuff. So the first kind of Bayesian shock that I want to talk about is the first way you can have a Bayesian shock is you can be here, right? You can be early into a shift towards some new set of beliefs. You're probably not going to be exactly here, meaning the person that begins the shift, but you could plausibly be here. You could produce one of the first new papers on a paradigm, or not even paradigm, just belief-changing literature that emerges, right? So, and I'm going to give examples of high citation papers of mine, just because my papers are the ones I know best, and I know the background of them, and I know why they were written, and I know how they were written. So, for instance...
Have you seen Sadiq? I said Sadiq. Have you seen Shakidin and Wasu?
So Robert Putnam was a sociologist. He wrote a book about Italy where he showed that in Italy something called social capital, the density of social networks among individuals, actually played a role in determining how effectively the government delivered the mail. So his argument was, even in a modern economy, these non-formal social relationships were important strata of determining the efficacy of government. This was a kind of quite mind-blowing concept relative to the dominant way people thought about the efficacy of the public sector, being formal rules and organizational procedures. And so this kicked into gear a question, well, gee, how important is social capital? And I wrote sort of an early Bayesian shock of early findings into an expanding topic, because one of the key questions in trying to document social capital and the impact of social capital was distinguish between what I call private social capital, the fact that you may have a rich uncle is really beneficial to you, and you could call that a social capital of yours because it's something that generates income for you and that is social, it's not your skill set, it's not your car, it's not your vehicle, it's not your machine, it's a social relationship that provides benefits to you. But there's a difference between private social capital and social capital. The question is, if I live in a village or live in a society that has denser social networks, do I benefit from that external social capital? So this was hard to measure because most people that measured your social capital and your outcomes were kind of irrelevant. Then we're showing, well, people who own Mercedes-Benzes are rich. Well, yeah, that's kind of dumb. You own a Mercedes-Benz because you're rich. So if I show he has a rich uncle, maybe he does, it turns out. If I show he has a rich uncle and he's rich, that doesn't really tell us much. But dumb luck allowed us that my co-author went and measured social capitality in social capital or associational life in the same villages at which a year previously they had measured outcomes, but she sampled the same villages but different individuals in the village. So I had a measure of social capital from one set of households and a measure of outcomes from a completely different set of households. So I could actually plausibly say, this is the impact of these people being engaged in a social life on the outcomes for these people. So we completely purged the private social capital thing. And it turns out we found really huge impacts, and therefore this was a kind of early, good enough to be plausible paper to start changing people's minds that was really something there. And I'm emphasizing, this was not a super good paper, right? All kinds of methodological critiques could be levied against the paper relative to some gold standard, but it was a good enough paper in a burgeoning, potentially, field that then as social capital became more and more people did social capital research, they would cite our paper because our paper started to change people's beliefs in this belief-changing way because it was early in. Okay? So, nope. Can someone just control the slides? Can you just, I'll say next slide. That way I don't have to hold this. Okay, so go, yeah, I'm skipping a slide to go to this slide, right? So Bayesian shock of a hot topic. You have to say, what's new in here that is a potential way in which people are going to change? And this creates opportunities and risks. The opportunity is that with a newish hot topic, one can be persuasive without being absolutely compelling. Being the best available evidence is obviously a lot easier on a new hot topic than on a mature topic, right? If I'm just doing an education production function estimate of a standard type with no innovation in it, the odds that I'm a good one and changing everybody's mind is almost nothing. But if I'm the first one to have data that has some new interesting variable related, then plausibly I can be early into this topic. And this is a way you can look for what I call arbitrage opportunities, right? I'm looking for what unique can I contribute here, right? Is there some unique experience that my country has had that other countries haven't had that provides me with variation in the relevant phenomena that I can then explore, that I have a comparative advantage because it's my country and it happened in my country, right? Or do I happen to have a new data set with relevant features that other people haven't had before, and hence by building in these new relevant features I can create sort of a new, again, on a new topic that's likely to take off, right? Now the risk is that the topic doesn't take off, right? Because you're essentially, you know, in investment terms, you're taking a position in that this field is, this particular phenomena is going to take off. Because it's probably not going to take off just because of your paper. Your paper might help it take off, but it's not going to take off because of your paper. And lots of development fads just never get legs, right? They don't pan out as being really viable. They don't take off for a variety of reasons. And hence, if you've devoted a lot of time to writing a paper at the inflection point of a new topic, there's the risk the topic won't take off. And second, speed matters. If you're trying to catch an inflection curve, you know, being 2 years late is all the difference. Usually in academia, 2 years late doesn't make any difference. Papers take years. People have paper, I have papers of 6 years from kind of inception to completion, because if it's a slowly moving field, then you don't have to worry about it. But if you're gonna think I'm going to produce a high impact paper by being an early mover in a trending topic, you got to move fast, right? You got to be unique. You have to have some persuasive ability that you're providing new persuasive evidence of the importance and correctness of something that hasn't been previously realized, but you do have to move fast, okay? So that's the first kind of Bayesian shock, and the reason this is a Bayesian shock is you're providing, you're at the inflection point in which some new idea that hadn't formally occurred to people is being realized to be important, and you are an early contributor. All right? Everybody get this? Okay, so that's Bayesian shock opportunity 1, right? Okay, next slide. And again, this is just kind of illustrating that, as this Bayesian distribution of how important social capital started to move, it moved very fast and then kind of slows down, right? So people kind of get convinced relatively fast, and then it either becomes a conventional wisdom and congeals and becomes harder and harder to move it further, or it starts to reverse. Okay. And again, this is just a representation of kind of people's beliefs along how important is social capital to certain ranges of outcomes. Okay. Next slide. Now, isn't there one before this? Go back. Okay. I don't know why it says example 2. Okay. Go on. Maybe I misedited. Okay. So, go back one slide now. Okay. This should say example 1. So, the other thing to do is to start here and argue that people are wrong. That what people believe is true just isn't true, right? So I have a paper called Where Is All the Education Gone? That basically argued against the claim that expanding education is good for economic growth. That was a widely accepted claim at the time. Still, I think, is a undeservedly widely accepted claim. But I decided that it was wrong and that I could show that it was wrong in a way that people ought to be persuaded, right? And so I attacked the conventional wisdom just full on, head on. People are just deeply wrong about this. This is unambiguously Bayesian shock. Because if you're right and you convince people, they have to change their beliefs, right? A second example, and this is supposed to say example 2. Next slide. Is, now you might say, well, how can people be wrong, right? What am I looking for as a researcher of a potential opportunity where people have been wrong? Well, one way people are wrong is they often interpret correlation as causation. I know everybody says you never interpret correlation as causation, but everybody does. Or more particularly in a more sophisticated way, they have in their head models in which the correlation represents a given causal structure that isn't the correct causal structure. So almost nobody just naively believes correlation is causation, but many people rationalize observed correlations with models that involve incorrect channels of causation. So I wrote a paper in 1994 that has about 800 plus citation, in which people for a long time had been showing the very strong correlation between contraceptive prevalence rate and fertility, to argue that policies that expanded access to contraception would lower fertility. Because look, and Melinda Gates does this, so She's wrong too, by the way. So, long story. You can ask me about this later. Anyway, train of thought, back on track. So, many people had interpreted the fact that, therefore, if we pushed out the supply of contraception, fertility would fall. And there was lots of evidence of this very strong correlation, and they had a causal model in which the reason why fertility fell is that it was the lack of access to contraception that limited women's reproductive choices. And so I wrote a paper just arguing this was completely wrong, that the causation was exactly the opposite, that when women decided, for reasons having to do with the reality of their lives, that they wanted fewer children, the best way to have fewer children was to use modern contraception, so contraceptive prevalence was driven by lower fertility desires, not vice versa, and I persuaded the whole world, basically. So, again, a very real, in a very real way, this kind of completely changed the conventional wisdom, even inside this field about contraceptive prevalence and fertility. So there are ways you can, so when you think, gee, how could I personally ever write a paper that attacked the conventional wisdom? It's possible the conventional wisdom's wrong because a set of individuals have wrong kind of causal models about chains of cause and effect that generate well-known correlations, and you're just going to completely, you're not going to deny the well-known and well-established correlation, you're just going to completely change the causal interpretation of it. And this is not implausible for economists to do, right? So, again, and this is Bayesian shock where we're going after the high end, right? So, next slide. So, the opportunities and risks, and I'm just going through the various ways in which you personally can think about Bayesian shock of your papers, and then what are the opportunities and risks of trying to think that way. The opportunity is that pushing back against the conventional wisdom and being persuasive generates a lot of interest in your work. You know, most people, I'm a reasonably moderately famous academic. Most people have ever heard of one paper of mine. I've written 200 and most people have heard of one. And this is very commonly the paper they've heard. Baby, I think he knows me as the author of Where Is All the Education Gone, which is a big pushback paper, right? Now, the risk is the standard for persuasive, because, you know, part of the Bayesian shock is you have to be persuasive. You have to persuade people that you're right, either to change their belief this way or to reverse their belief. And the standard for persuasive is very, very high because nobody likes to be wrong. No field likes to be wrong, and those in the field tend to control the journals and the refereeing. So you have to meet a very high standard of persuasiveness to get this kind of thing into the public domain. Once it's in the public domain, it has a very high possibility of attracting attention and citations, but getting it into the public domain is very difficult. In part 3, I'm going to talk more about kind of, I don't know if you've looked at the agenda, but it's inside the kitchen. I'm going to talk more about producing that paper. But my first set of referee reports on that paper, I kid you not, said, if this paper is right, I would have to change my mind. Since I don't want to change my mind, I don't think the paper meets the threshold of evidence I would need to change my mind, so I'm rejecting the paper. That was literally the referee report. Was, I don't want to change my mind, therefore I'm holding this paper to this very high standard, and it doesn't meet that standard. So, and that's just a generic risk. You know, on the fertility stuff, there just happened to be a very narrow window of opportunity for the journal to publish it, but we can come back to that. Okay, so that's the second. First thing is, you get on the inflection point of a positive moving Bayesian curve, and you're an early mover. Second possibility is you attack the conventional wisdom, right? So you go after something that is widely believed. And, you know, there are opportunities like that. Okay, next slide. Now, the third kind of Bayesian shock doesn't really, I haven't figured out how to work it into this graph very well. But the kind of third way is you take something that kind of people generally believe and you make it more specific and more refined. This is what I call distinguishing cases, where people might say, you know, generally X is true, but not actually have a good list of the conditions in which X is truer or falser, or the impact is larger or smaller. So they might say, generally, this kind of program benefits people, but there's heterogeneity in program impact. And people don't yet really understand the underlying design and or background conditions in which things are higher and lower. And so what the opportunity is you come in and provide evidence of the differential cases, right? Yes, generally X is true, but it's truer in cases A than cases B, where those cases A and B are well identified empirically and theoretically. So, examples, next slide. So, so go back a slide. So, for instance, an example of distinguishing is it often results from pushback. So the conventional wisdom is education's good for growth. I sort of pushed back with where's other education gone, saying, actually the growth of schooling capital is not robustly with economic growth. And then later authors come along and say, schooling's good for growth if the schooling produces learning, but not otherwise. So if a lot of kids went to school and didn't learn anything, we kind of really shouldn't have expected economic growth from that anyway. And so if we differentiate the degrowth DS to degrowth DS when learning's high and degrowth DS when learning's low, we find out that that explains the puzzle of why S didn't contribute to growth. Right? So this is just a clear, this is a clear distinguishing. So this next set of high impact papers, and I think the papers doing the differentiation get as many or more citations than mine, because this is in some sense a happier story, but you come in and you differentiate, right? So you say, look, people have done lots of studies of microcredit, and they find sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work, and I'm going to show it works when X and it doesn't work if, you know, it works if A, but it doesn't work if B. And this is, again, a kind of blend of hot topic and pushback, because often then the differentiation becomes a field of its own, right? We start thinking, what are the conditions under which this particular program design works? Next slide. Then, for instance, another kind of distinguishing is, you know, the conventional wisdom was, you know, schooling has a relatively high private return, so, you know, there's a 10% increase in income or earnings per year of schooling. But then the distinguishing could be, well, wait a second. Part of the return to education is the ability to handle change and disequilibria, so the Mensa return should be higher in technologically dynamic than technologically stagnant conditions. And then there was a very, I think, even not as famous as it should be. So Rosenzweig and Foster came in and wrote a paper where they said, if you actually look across India, some areas of India were conducive to green revolution technologies, and so agriculture became technologically dynamic. Some areas of India weren't climactically and hence exogenously amenable to the Green Revolution technologies. So adoption of Green Revolution technologies was exogenous, not endogenous. And in those regions, the Mincer return was lower. So all of a sudden, you had this really plausible story that, oh, I see. So getting schooling really helped if there were new technologies to be adopted, even in farming, that made farming technological dynamic. Whereas if it was just stagnant agriculture that everybody had been doing for hundreds of years, like that could be passed from, you know, parent to child without needing any formal education. So formal education had a low return and a technologically stagnant. And so we've made this really useful distinction in this overall literature. It wasn't another Mincer regression, it was a Mincer regression combined with an interactive effect for which they had theoretical and empirical reasons for believing the impact of the Mincer would be differential in different technologically dynamic environments. Am I getting too technical? I'm not too technical. Everybody understands the technicalities of what I'm saying, right? Okay. And that's a stupid question to ask, because who's going to raise their hand? No, I don't understand. But I mean this to, I'm not trying to explain this point to you. Everything I'm doing is meta. Everybody understands that, right? I'm doing meta. This is a meta point. The meta point was they created a distinction that the Mincer was going to be higher or lower in some conditions, and then had an empirical strategy for being persuasive that this differential Mincer across these regions was due to exogenous factors about the technological right? Okay. And I think this paper, 2,000 plus citations is too low for this paper. I think it should have been higher. Why did the lights go out? I feel like I'm in a sound and light show now. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to give a third example, and I'm getting lots of examples of this distinguishing approach to Bayesian shock, because I think it's far and away the most likely for this audience, right? And it's kind of, so the conventional wisdom was, if we give cash grants to schools, they'll be able to buy more inputs, and that'll improve learning. The pushback was, some cash grant programs actually didn't seem to raise outcomes and never understood. People didn't really understand why. And then a paper by Jishnu Das and like 5 other authors showed that if it was an unanticipated cash grant, so you're a parent, your kid's in a school, you show up at the school, they go, hey, surprise, Minister of Finance gave us a bunch of money, that a surprise kind of unanticipated cash grant increased spending on inputs because it was too late for parents to claw back the money that already spent. But if that grant continued, then the cash grant became fungible, and people said, hey, the government's going to pay for this level of inputs, I'm going to pull back my own private spending, and hence the net expending went up by much less than the cash grant, and hence in the long term, the cash grant program had less impact. Not because inputs weren't productive, but because the net purchase of inputs from the cash grant went down as, you know, households could spend the money on food. There were lots of important uses that households had for the money that they were sacrificing to buy the inputs. So if somebody else financed those inputs, you know, money became fungible and they pulled it back if it was anticipated. So again, really kind of important distinguishing effect where then, you know, if you were designing a cash grant, you'd have to think hard about how much ex post fungibility am I going to experience? How much are individuals going to respond to the incremental availability of funds by pulling back their own spending? Right? Okay. So the Bayesian shock of distinguishing has a lot of opportunities in it because nearly all the conventional wisdom is radically inadequately differentiated. Most of what's true in general is not true everywhere. Right? So everything that's said about the rate of return to education, everything that's said about the impact of inputs, nearly everything that gets said and is the conventional wisdom around schooling actually is some blur of different conditions in which it is true and it isn't true, and identifying those precise granular conditions under which the conventional wisdom is more or less true or is true and isn't true is actually a ripe opportunity because there's just too little of it done, right? But it's also an opportunity because it's a chance to deploy theory and empirics, right? Because most of the way you create these differentiating conditions is you actually have a theory, right? You have a theory in which individuals are going to behave in response to technological dynamism, and they're going to behave in response to cash grants, they're going to behave with response to the environment they face, that's going to then sort of be differential, and so you can deploy theory and empirics to deepen understanding, which is the ultimate goal, and people go, oh yeah, now that I think about it, that makes sense, and then you've won, right? If you write a paper where people read it and go, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense, you've won, right? Because they didn't think of it, but once you thought of it, they thought it was right, okay? Persuasion is easier in this, right? You're not trying to persuade people either something they hadn't thought of as true, nor are you really trying to persuade them something they do believe is completely untrue. You're just trying to differentiate and make more sophisticated the depth of their understanding and of the phenomena, okay? So, by the way, next slide. I don't know what's on the next slide, but okay, good. So, just where I'm headed with this, and that's the end of the part one, okay? So, where I'm headed with this, in case you don't already see it by looking at the agenda, is I want you to take your proposal that you've already written and is already funded. Nobody's funding is at risk, right? I just want you to start thinking, oh, wait a second, how do I incorporate this line of thinking into making what I'm planning to do maximally impactful research? How is what I'm going to do going to contribute to Lant Pritchett's understanding of the world, right? Who's written a book about education, who's been in charge of a research program that's produced 400 written papers, right? How is my paper going to bring Bayesian shock to Lant Pritchett? So that's what we're going to do over the next 3 days. So partly what I'm doing and Ya's doing and Jim Robinson is doing is giving examples, but our examples, what we're really headed for is that you internalize these techniques and use them about your own research, right? So just in case you're bored with this, it's like, whoa, it's going to get very real very fast because we're going to put you on the spot to say, how is the research I'm going to do going to produce a Bayesian shock for the relevant audience? Where the relevant audience isn't like your office mate who's a research assistant, right? The relevant audience is the people at the top in the core of this profession. Okay. Now, part two of what we're going to do is we're going to do an exercise called Why This Paper? Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to break into groups, and I anticipate this is going to take about, where are we? We have till 1, and it's 10:30. It's only 10:30? Wow, we're in good timing then. Okay, so I anticipate this is going to take 45 minutes to an hour at least. But what we're going to do is we're going to divide you into groups. We're going to divide you into 6 groups. And then I'm going to assign each of the groups an author. And I want you to do 2 things as a group. First, you're going to go to Google Scholar, and you're going to do a Google Scholar search on the author, and you're going to read the abstracts of 4 or 5 high citation papers of this author. Right? You're just going to say, okay, I've picked authors who have maybe a dozen high-impact human capital-related papers, and I want you to just first of all, just read through them to say, okay, these are the kind of things that high impact authors write. Then what I want you to do is pick one of those high citation papers, and preferably a paper that's not a survey review or handbook papers, because sometimes you get 1,000 citations for a handbook paper, which isn't really what we're talking about. Then I want you as a group, and you all have laptops or you can share, hopefully you can find, and with more planning I would have made this better, but anyway, find an ungated accessible paper. Nearly everything you can find some ungated version of it. Usually the working paper version is ungated even if the final version isn't. And I want you to read through the paper. And again, you don't have to read the paper, read through the paper, which is a skill you should all have, right? You don't have to read the whole paper. Read the abstract, the introduction, the conclusion, maybe some part of the method's findings. And then I want you as a group to discuss, why the hell does this paper have 400 citations? Which is a sophisticated question. Because what I want you to say is, why is it? What was the state of the beliefs in the field before this paper and after this paper? Oh, okay. What was the state of the field before this paper and after this paper, such that this paper was a high citation paper? Right? And hopefully, though no guarantee, the kind of framework of Bayesian Shock I've talked about was it a distinguishing paper? Was it an early mover paper? Was it an attack the conventional wisdom paper? Why did it attract so many citations? Okay? Because the thing is if you can't do this for other people's papers ex post, you're not going to be able to do this ex ante for your own paper. Everybody gets that, right? If you don't understand why some papers are high impact and high citation and others aren't, then the likelihood that you can write a high citation paper is very low. And again, this isn't a skill that you've ever done. Have you ever done this in graduate school? Did they ever teach you to go over and ask the question, why are these high citation papers? I don't think so. So this is the first kind of exercise we're going to do, is just force you to think through, not is this paper right, is this paper wrong, is this paper got a sound methodology? Again, in graduate school, they focused on all the methodological things. This is how this paper works, right? I'm asking you to think, why does this paper work? Why is this paper important, okay? Now, I was just handed a note that says there's a large fire. Oh, just kidding, shouldn't kid about that. No, it's actually tea break time at 10:30. So what we're going to do is, when you come back from the tea break, we're going to dynamically break you into groups, and it probably makes sense to break into a Francophone group and Anglophone group so the Francophone can easily talk to each other without translators. But we'll just break you into 6 groups of roughly 5 people a group. If there's 30 people here, I think there's less than 30 people here. And then you'll set about this group exercise. We'll do this group exercise. It'll probably take you 45 minutes before the marginal product of the group discussion becomes low, because you have to, first of all, find the paper, talk about the papers, pick a paper, read through a paper, discuss a paper. Then we'll come back in plenary and sort of discuss that exercise and how useful it was, and then we'll move forward. Okay? Tea break, group exercise. Tea break of what, half an hour? Okay, tea break of half an hour. We'll come back, therefore, at 11:10. We'll come back in the room and break you into groups. We'll break you into groups of 5, and then you'll do this exercise. Everybody got it? Great. Thanks a lot. You're going to shared screen read it. I didn't hear you. Yeah. Can we put them into 3 groups? Okay, and you see that R is the remote groups. So if we just put them in group 1, 2, and 3, they're doing exactly what they're doing, but remotely, and on those 3 authors. So I already took account of the remote groups. Okay, this is Francophone. This is Francophone group 1, right? There's 2 Francophone groups. Okay, so 2 groups, however you're divided. Okay. So, okay, however it shakes out, this group, you're group 4. Group 4, okay? This group, you're group 2. 2. You're group 2, so you're reading Paul Levy. You guys are reading James Habramanian, right? Okay, this distinguished looking group here, the 6 of you, you're group 5. So you're reading Leonard Wanchikon. Okay? And again, you know the procedure. You're going to look him up. You're going to get citations. You're going to look at 4 or 5 papers. You're going to choose a couple of high citation human capital related papers. You're going to choose one. You're then going to kind of read through the paper. You're going to discuss why is this a high citation paper. Okay? Okay. So you guys are group 5. You guys are group 6. Okay? And who are you joining? You're English speaking. This is an English speaking group. Sorry, are you joining them? You're joining them. Great. Okay. So let's see. You're 6. Ludger Volsman is who you're looking up. Again, procedure. You're Leonard. Or you're English speaking. Come with me then. You're English speaking. Okay. Could you come? I'm separating you. I'm moving you. Okay. So you and you and you are going to kind of move to the corner because you're your own group. You're now group 3. Okay? So Jishnu Das. What? Group 3. So the only relevance of your group number is which author you're actually doing the exercise for. Okay? So you 3. So there's 5 there, 6 there, 3 there, Francophone group. Oh, this has gotten too big. So can you join them? Okay. They're nice people, I think. I don't know, all of them. They look nice. Appearances hopefully aren't deceived, because then there's 4 of you, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And are you 2 close friends? Are you 2 close friends? You 2 are close friends. You walked in together. Are you close friends? Okay. Then you're going to move back to that group, and I'm just splitting people up. So you're going to move back to that group, and they have a group of 5, and then this is a group of 5, okay? And you're group 3, so you're doing my friend Jishnu. You guys are doing my friend Kartik. You guys are doing James Habramania. You guys are doing, who are you doing? Have I assigned you somebody yet? What? You're group 2. Great. Yeah, you're group 2. Boom. Everybody's doing it. Okay. And feel free to, yeah. Maybe you should bring a chair around here if you can. Feel free to move the chairs or move my chair. Or, yeah. Because we want to have a group, want people to be able to discuss. And again, you can move chairs if you want, so you're more in a group. Or she could, maybe you could all turn around and be in a group that way or something. Okay. People. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. If you want to, I would kind of recommend it, but it's, you guys need to rearrange yourselves so you're facing each other, don't you? But anyway. Anyway, what are, you just look at the papers and then as a group decide the one paper you really want to focus in on. Leonard has some really interesting papers that aren't human capital papers, so do that. And he, yeah, so do, the main, again, all of this is meta, right? And the only reason I was recommending human capital papers is because if you're working on human capital research, you're more likely to understand the embeddedness of the paper. On the other hand, he does the politics of Africa, which probably all of you have views on too, right? So it's all meta, though. It's all not the paper, it's why. Okay. Yeah, online participants. Right. No, I was coming. No, I was coming over here because I don't want them to think I'm interrupting them. Okay, online participants. So the activity, can you show can they see the slides? Yeah. We're back. Okay. So they're going to show you the slide that describes the activity, and the activity is basically, if you're group 1 or 2, there's a table that tells you which author, and then what you want to do is go to Google, and you're going to have to do this remotely in the groups, I guess, but go to Google Citations or Google Scholar, look up the citations of the author you're assigned, read through, okay, now, so group 1 is Kartik Muralidharan, group 2 is Paul Glevy, and you guys can decide, okay? Then go back up a slide.
Can they see that? Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. So now this is the exercise. Take your author, do a citation search, pick one of the author's high citation papers, read through that paper, not read the paper completely, just read through it so you understand it, and then discuss amongst yourselves in a group, why is this paper a high citation paper? How did this paper induce a Bayesian shock to the field that was sufficiently large that it ended up published and with hundreds of citations it has? That's what you're trying to understand. This is a meta exercise. It's not understanding the paper, it's understanding why the paper led to the Bayesian shock that led it to be the high citation paper it is. That's the exercise. Is that all good? I guess they can only... Okay.
Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions regarding the assignment? I hope everything was clear. Online participants, we are speaking to you, so this is your time.
Somebody's going to unmute and then they're going to be
So, yes, we understand, but it's just to which of the authors are we to
just
review
a minute, I cannot hear you.
the citation?
Just a minute. Asking a question.
So, which of the authors are we to review his citation?
Yeah, don't do it like this.
Sorry, could you just write it, please? Sorry, could you? In the chat. He's going to, I'm sure.
Can you choose any author?
Can they choose any author?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, any.
Yes, choose any author you feel like. Again, I think the exercise will work best for any author you choose.
So out of the 6, pick anyone we like.
So we're going to break you into breakout rooms. We currently have 15 of you. So if you notice that you're in a breakout room, don't get surprised. We're just grouping you in group A, group B. I think, in fact, just label the breakout room group A, group B. As soon as you're in the room, you can start the activity. I hope you can see the breakout rooms. There's Group A and Group B.
Bonjour, est-ce que André, tu es là?
Hello, Group B. This is just to inform you that you have 10 minutes.
So, no. Used to, with my students, I'd have like a marginal product graph, right? I'm like, where are we? Because we want to stop before the marginal product graph. Okay. Okay, guys, let's so we have the beauty. Okay. People are still very into this, which I'm very glad. I don't want to interrupt productive conversations, but okay. So this session stops at 1 o'clock for lunch, and then at 2 o'clock after lunch, Jan Nuarco is going to join, and he's going to lead another kind of session, and in his session he is going to talk about one of his papers on a meta level. And again, not just what is in the paper, but why the paper, right? That's what we're trying to work on, is moving from here's the methods, technique, results of the paper to why is this particular paper important in changing beliefs in the field. So he's going to do that, and then that's the rest of the afternoon, and then we're starting again tomorrow. So there are three things we could do, and one is we could debrief you from your group discussions right now. One is I could continue with the presentation of like what's called Inside the Kitchen, and one is we could do a session that I call Ask Me Anything. So I think my preferred thing is we have free time, or we have time tomorrow morning that we're starting into individual assignments. But what I propose we do is that we tomorrow morning, first thing, we return to this group discussion and debrief on this group discussion. So hear from each, because we don't have enough time really to do that adequately right now, so we'll do that tomorrow. And I think that group, the debriefing of the individual group discussions, hopefully will lead us to a very rich discussion of, okay, how did these authors craft their situatedness of their paper relative to the field to be high impact, and I think we'll do that tomorrow morning. Okay? So what I'm going to do now is, if I can go back to my slides, I'm just going to, now I'm going to do partly what I think the other authors are going, the other Jim and Ya are going to do, which is talk through what it took and how one got to sort of producing a paper. And I'm looking for the clicker again. Here it is. Let's see if it works. And it doesn't work. Yeah. Are we working on it? What are we doing? There we go. Okay. So this is part 3 of the kind of today's session. And I want to talk, you know, it's called Inside the Kitchen, because the metaphor being that when you go to a restaurant, you don't learn anything about cooking, because the meal comes out presented and ready for you to eat. And so when you read a journal article, you don't learn anything about how to produce a journal article, because it's almost presented to you almost intentionally stripped of this underlying construction, right? I mean, they act as if the product of this was some natural, methodological, inevitable result, whereas we know that in the, what happened? Whereas we know in the actual kitchen, who knows what really happened to your food before it came to you, right? So what I want to talk a little bit about is inside the kitchen. Can we get back to the slides? The process whereby I produced the paper, Where's All the Education Gone? And kind of its evolution over time. And again, I'm just trying to share with you kind of how I came to think, how I came to frame a hypothesis, how I came to develop a set of methods and evidence that I thought was persuasive, and then how that evolved in response to become more persuasive over time. So first of all, that human capital was integral to the development process was always the conventional wisdom. Everybody always tells some mythic narrative in which people ignored human capital and then human capital came on the agenda, and that's all bullshit. I mean, human capital, if you read what people were writing about development in 1950, everybody was convinced that expanding the system of education to be universal was an integral part of the development process. So there was never a period in which there was a vision of development that didn't include human capital. It might have morphed a bit over time, but the idea that, like, the Human Development Report discovered the importance of human development to development is just nonsense, right? If you read Gunnar, if you read Arthur Lewis's book from the 1950s, or Gunnar Myrdal's book from the 1950s, expansion of education is integral to the development goals. But since every government did that, it kind of eventually became obvious that lots more governments were expanding school than were actually experiencing high growth. So if expanding schooling was key to high growth and everybody was expanding schooling, something wasn't adding up, right? So next slide. And then once I started looking into this, I'm just giving the stages of my kind of evolution of thinking about this. When I started looking into the empirical work about growth in human capital, it was just unbelievably stupidly sloppy. Just unbelievable. So a very famous, super widely cited paper is Mankiw-Romer-Weil, which was the augmented solo growth model that augmented it by adding human capital into their empirical work. But what they used for the growth of human capital was secondary school enrollment. Because their kind of conjecture was secondary school enrollment was correlated with the stock of human capital, but that's only true in steady states, that the level of investment is kind of equal to the stock. And in the period in which their regression was covered, there was a negative correlation between enrollment rates and growth in stocks. So the proxy they were using for human capital was negatively correlated with their conceptual structure. That's how sloppy it was. Not even uncorrelated. It was negatively correlated. And then my work on the episodic nature of growth, the fact that in developing countries there's lots of ups and downs and stops and starts, got me to thinking that very little of the variation of growth in developing countries could be attributed to slowly moving, steadily upward trending variables. I mean, if your growth is going from 5% to negative 5% to 0% to 3%, and your growth in education is 2% a year steady, like a fundamental principle of econometrics is that smooth lines can't explain squiggly lines, right? You need variation to explain variation. And so the problem is there was no usable variation in the growth of human capital that could possibly be explaining the nature of growth. Next slide. So stage 2 was I actually just went and created measures that were actually measures of the conceptual thing, which was physical capital and human capital, and then calculated the growth of human capital. Then once you did that, and then did a growth decomposition regression where I'm not talking about causal structures in a deep sense, in the deep causation of these proximate determinants. I'm just decomposing growth into its solo-like proximate elements of physical human capital and the residual being TFP. And what that produced was uniformly smaller negative coefficients on human capital. Human capital just was not, in fact, a robust correlative economic growth. And that was, then I had to worry about, given that I was attacking a very deep and embedded conventional wisdom, I had to worry about persuasion. I had to worry that I could, persuade people that I was right. So I did a lot of work on robustness, a lot of work on addressing Bayesian error, a lot of work on what different dynamics would look like, meaning, did this matter, the period over which we're doing it? And all of this reassured me that this was a very robust result. So stage 4, next slide. Then there's a very, and again, part of this is sharing secrets, right? One of the hardest things to publish is a zero finding, right? If I find something isn't important, it's very hard to publish, and with good reason. Because the problem with a zero finding is I can always produce a zero finding by doing my study badly enough. Like, I mean, literally, if I want to run the regression y equals beta x, and I want beta equals 0, all I have to do is add measurement error to x. And if I add enough measurement error to x, I'll fail to reject that beta is 0 because I've just added too much measurement error. So bad studies produce what we call, you know, irrelevant or low-powered failures to reject. So it's very hard to persuade people of a 0 result. So what I did was, I just did algebra. I said, look, TFP is definitionally equal to growth minus its factors. Its factor shares can be computed analytically, not by a regression. And the factor share of human capital should be 0.3. So then I just computed TFP as growth minus physical capital share minus human capital share minus the growth rate, and then regressed TFP on the growth of human capital. And now I know I didn't show you the algebra of this, but if I showed you the algebra of this, you'd all see the trick. The trick was I just imposed that the coefficient of human capital was 0.3 when I knew it was 0. And then I shifted it to the left-hand side. So now when I run the regression of TFP on human capital, what am I going to get? I'm going to get negative 0.3. But negative 0.3 is strongly rejected as being different from 0. So now I've turned what might be a low-power failure to reject 0 into a super high-powered failure rejection of the notion that human capital isn't negatively correlated to TFP. Everybody get this? This is a super useful trick, so don't forget it. Which is, if you want to show something isn't something that people think it is, build that into your hypothesis test. People thought the coefficient on human capital should have been 0.3. So rather than test 0, which was a dumb thing to test, I should test that it's 0.3. And when you test that it's 0.3, I can reject it at like all significant levels. Okay, so be sure you're testing what you want to test, because the way Stata wants you to set up your regression is it's, you know, not necessarily going to be the way what you're really testing. Okay, stage 5, next slide, is the other thing about being persuasive is if I want to change your mind, I have to give you an alternative narrative understanding, right? So people kind of had this narrative understanding that, okay, kids go to school, they acquire some cognitive skills, they come out of school with those cognitive skills, they apply them to jobs, they make higher wages in those jobs, so they must be more productive because the labor market's revealing productivity. So it just makes a ton of sense that education increases growth. So if you show me results that show otherwise, I just reject your results because it doesn't fit my narrative, right? So what you need to do to persuade people is provide them a convincing and persuasive alternative narrative consistent with your empirical results, right? And sometimes that's as easy as telling a nice, clear anecdote about, look, you know, if you want to convince people that people are doing something rationally that appears irrational, you need a narrative in which it's rational. And so, you know, I came up with alternative narratives. One was schooling ain't learning. And so obviously if you're putting kids through school and they're not learning anything, then your whole narrative of why education should pay off just isn't going to be right. So you shouldn't be surprised if you put kids in school and they don't learn anything. It wasn't the physical act of sitting in a school building that you thought increased productivity. It was actually learning something. So there's a different narrative in which you could potentially have schooling but not have growth. Or, and a narrative that I literally put in the paper borrowing from Douglas North, it's that piracy is human capital intensive. Pirates are not low-skilled people, but high-skilled pirates make a lot of money and are really bad for economic growth. And so if you have a sufficiently distorted economy, what you get is allocation of talent into piracy, and that's high private return and low and negative public return. This is what I call the Harvard Law School theory of education. Like, Harvard Law actually conveys a lot of skills to their lawyers. but it's socially unproductive skill because it's all redistributional. It's not necessarily poverty. So I'm just, and again, everything I'm giving you at a level and a meta level. If you want to have a persuasive paper, you have to be A, have persuasive empirical work, but B, if you're trying to change people's minds, you have to help them change their mind by by seeing that they don't have to change a lot of their narrative, they just have to change parts of their narrative, right? And they don't have to believe that everywhere and always schooling isn't important. They just have to believe that there's enough economies in which there isn't enough learning that it won't be reflected in the data, or you have to convince them that there's enough economies that are sufficiently distorted such that augmenting human capital won't work. So I'm not trying to convince you that their private education is worthless, or I'm not trying to convince them that everywhere and always education doesn't pay off. It's just how much does it pay off. Then, next slide. Then finally, and I think this is super important, is you need to be able to compass the existing literature. You need to be able to tell people why what ideally you want to show is I'm trying to change your mind, but I can show you why the earlier researchers got the results they got, but I'm still right. Right? And so you don't want to just say, previous people ran a regression and they got 0.6, and I ran a regression and got 0.9 and I'm right. You have to be able to show why they got 0.6 and you got 0.9 and 0.9's better. So what I did is and again, I wished I had done this sooner, but in a later paper what I realized is that all of the action in all of the variety of results that was out there was really in how empirically they mapped from the years of schooling into a measure of human capital, and that was a parametric thing. There was a parametric form that encompassed basically all of the different measures of human capital that have been used. So then I could show, look, this person argues that human capital has this positive effect on growth, and I can reproduce their result by assigning a parameter to this mapping, and I can reproduce their result, and I can assign a different parameter and reproduce my result, and the parameter valuing that I'm using is right. Right? So encompassing is really important. In order to convince people that you're right and the previous literature is wrong, you have to be able to explain why the previous literature got the results it got. Because if you can't do that persuasively, then it's just, to even a sophisticated reader, it's too much he said, she said, I don't want to have to decide. If you can't explain to me why you differ, then maybe you're wrong, right? So again, if you look, this was a later paper called Does Learning to Add Up? I could basically show I could reproduce exactly the results other people had in the same parametric framework, and then I could say, okay, the value of this parameter is actually itself an empirical thing, and the empirics say that the parameter that generates the results that look like mine is a more likely interpretation of the evidence about that parameter than their is. Does everybody get this? I mean, it's like, I think this is super important because, if I'm trying to change your mind about the existing empirics, I need you to, it's always incredibly more persuasive if you can give them an alternative narrative of the reality and an alternative narrative of the results. They got different results because they made different assumptions, and here is the assumptions they made, here's the assumptions I'm making, and mine, and then how do I defend my assumptions versus their assumptions? Okay, the last thing I want to show you, next slide, is that I finally got to these graphs, which I think express point and the underlying reality, but no one ever understood them. So this isn't even stage 7 because it's, but the underlying reality of what was driving the empirical work was this is initial income, and these are the partial scatter plots of economic growth partialing out physical capital growth. So this is the growth of schooling capital with these parameters. And the basic point that I started with, and it turns out was really the key to it, is if you look at this, the lowercase red is the growth of schooling capital, and the uppercase gray is the growth of GDP per capita. So what should jump out of you with this figure is that the variation of GDP per capita among poor countries is just massive relative to the variation in the growth of schooling capital. Now, if you think of that for a second, I'm trying to explain the variation in this with the variation in this. But the variation in this is just too damn small. Meaning, if I look at countries like Korea and Zambia, Korea had 5% per annum growth, Zambia had negative growth, but if you look in here at their growth of schooling capital, it's almost exactly the same. Whereas if you look at physical capital, what I call in quotes for reasons I won't go into, it has the fact that Korea's physical capital grew really fast and Zambia's grew really slow, and hence this variation can help decompose and understand this variation. So, in the end, that actually gives you the clue to moving forward, which is again important if you want to be persuasive about a Bayesian shock. You want to leave the reader with an alternative narrative that's kind of theoretical, that comes both theoretical and makes common sense in theory. You want to read them with the understanding that you've encompassed the previous literature, that your results can be reproduced previous results, and you want to leave them with a way forward. And the way forward here is, if I want schooling capital to explain the variation in growth, I have to interact this with something that dramatically increases its variance. Does everybody understand that? Right? It's like, if I want the variation in something about schooling, so if I start interacting this with learning, learning has to vary a lot across countries in ways that therefore expand the variance in schooling capital such that it's possible to explain the variance in growth. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for things that might have been interacting with the way the accumulation of schooling in ways that expanded the variance. Right? So the net interacted schooling variable had to have much larger variance than the original variable. I hope that makes sense. Again, okay, so that's just, and again, this is inside the kitchen. So to try and persuade people, I had to do several things. First of all, I had to have an idea of why they were wrong. Second, I had to embed that idea of where they were wrong in specific empirical measures that were kind of conceptually good measures of the phenomena I was trying to illustrate. I had to prove that my results were robust and persuasive, that they weren't fragile with respect to some assumption I was making. I had to provide the reader with an alternative narrative so that they could incorporate these results into their mindset, right? I mean, and you have to do it for them. Like, how do I understand what you're saying in a way that is consistent with other things I believe, right? And I had to encompass, and finally, what I tried to convey is some nice intuition of why their endeavor just couldn't possibly work. An unmediated schooling capital explanation just couldn't work because there wasn't enough variation. You know, because if you tried to explain Korea's success by its success in the red thing, that just blew everything up because there wasn't enough difference between Korea and the other countries. So if I started attributing a large amount of Korea's growth to schooling, then I couldn't explain why Zambia grew so slow. Right? Anyway, okay. So I'm going to stop there with that's my inside the kitchen explanation of how, and you know, in the end, I'm giving an example of a attack the conventional wisdom high impact paper that the ultimate goal and result was not to change people's minds that high quality education being channeled into a well-functioning economy wasn't integral to the development process, but rather that wasn't what was in fact happening. Is we weren't getting high quality education and it wasn't being funneled into well. And so the point was not stop doing schooling, the point was do higher quality schooling and create economies that can accommodate higher levels of human capital productively. And once you do both things, then you will get the kind of dynamics you expect. But those weren't, in fact, the dynamics we were seeing in the data over this period. Does everybody understand that? Okay, good. We have 14 minutes before lunch, so I'm willing to take questions for 14 minutes. But as a speaker, I've learned to never get between audiences and food. So. Okay, questions? Two questions. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for this exposition. So I would like to get you rightly that, okay, when you are putting forth a paper that goes contrary to the conventional wisdom, can we say that's like a contribution to the theoretical literature? Or just to the empirical? Because I could see that you changed some coefficients and then you superimposed a coefficient in your own paper. Yeah. Quite different from what we have in the conventional case. So can we now say that is a kind of theoretical justification?
Right. Okay, I'm taking this question in its deepest possible sense, which is there's a relationship between theory and empirics, right? And often what we do, what I do, is often the conventional wisdom is based on a very simple and elegant theory that doesn't actually correspond to the reality, right? So in some sense, what good counter-conventional wisdom does is it pushes back on the theorist to say, your theory's too damn simple and stupid to actually encompass what happened in the world, and hence you need a more sophisticated theory to explain the actual evolution of events, right? And so, so to some extent, you use theory provisionally, right? So for instance, I'd say, look, okay, fine. Let's take this expanded solo model notion of the world as our theory of what accounts for the evolution of the dynamics of countries' growth, and then push it and show, no, it's just wildly inconsistent with the actual what happened. And the point is, you need a better theory. Now, I'm not a theorist, I don't know. So I don't necessarily redo the theory, but I think that is a good, productive relationship between, I think, as an empiricist, you should acknowledge that you're nearly always using some theory. And if you think you're not using a theory, it means you're using a terrible theory. Because people who think they're atheoretical just have some default slapdash, inconsistent kind of, since they've never bothered to formalize what they're thinking, they're usually relying on some kind of ad hoc theory in the back of their mind, which if they wrote it down on a paper as a formal theory, they'd realize immediately it was dumb. So usually if you say, oh, I'm not relying on theory, it means I'm relying on a very bad theory that I'm unwilling to express and articulate. So, but you often take the theory at its face value, push the theory with the empirics, which again forces you to rethink what were the underlying assumptions and ways in which the theory was done such that the theory ended up not adequately describing the world. Is that an answer to your question? Yeah. So I think good I think good theory is terrific, bad theory is terrible, and what empiricists help us do is differentiate between the two by pushing theory to say, if your theory were correct, it should produce the following empirical results, and it just can't. Right? Question.
Thank you, sir. My name is Mohamed Yelwa from Nigeria, University of Abuja. One of the issues I want to raise, he has raised it. Secondly is on the issue of having citation of about 200 or 300 citations in order to get a quality paper. I think it's one of the things I have learned in this session. Which, I would like to thank you to commend you on that. Because before now, so many of our papers we put forward for publications largely are rejected. And I can see the gap now, and we'll try as much as possible to work on that. And I'll pass this information to my students and my colleagues in the university. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm glad this is helpful, because in the end, you know, having seen both sides a little bit, having been an editor, right? The editors are looking for high citation papers. So potential high citation papers, editors will forgive you, you know, editors will, I feel, editors will cut you a little slack if they feel you're addressing a really interesting question. But if you don't grab the editor immediately with an interesting question so that they think, oh, I mean, what you want is the editor of journal hoping you succeed. So if your abstract starts, I'm going to show you this interesting new result, and the editor goes, yeah, that'd be a really interesting result if it's a reliable result, then the editor's on your side. He's like, oh man, this would be really fun if this works out, and he heads into your paper like kind of excited, right? Whereas if it just starts with this descriptive, I ran this regression and here are the results I got, and doesn't have any clear sense of how am I interacting directly with the editor's own beliefs, and am I providing a interesting potential Bayesian shock, then, like I say, the editor's not on your side. The editor's just like, I mean, you know, as an editor of the JDE, 50% of the submissions were desk rejected. And most of the, like I say, I'm saying a lot of things that don't get said out loud. Most of the time that I desk rejected a paper, I desk rejected it without actually forming a view of whether it was correct. I just formed a view, I didn't care. See what I'm saying? If I read your abstract and I said, I don't care whether you're right or wrong, you had no chance, because I didn't even bother reading the empirical results, because I just didn't care. And if I didn't care, I knew that even if I read it and it was correct, I still wouldn't care. So, like, I desk rejected half of the papers I desk rejected without ever forming a view of whether the empirics was solid or not. It was just, I could immediately see the author didn't have a clearly posed interesting question to which the empirics were addressed, and then the editor's not on your side. If the editor starts by saying, wow, it'd be really fun if, you know, I'm saying something interesting and controversial Bayesian shock in some way, then I start out at least saying, this is going to be interesting to read and assess, and if it's correct, then it moves forward. So I think getting that clear is super important. Okay, more questions? Yes.
Thank you so much, Prof. The presentations and the lectures have been very insightful and inspirational to me. I was just thinking that how can we now change the narrative of people saying they're producing great evidence-based paper based on some of these assumptions, on the things you pointed out. You know, most of the papers that inform policy or provide policy advice are based on some of the issues that you have raised there. So I think, I mean, it's very important, especially within Africa, that we change this narrative. How do you think we can go about really changing it on a larger scale than what we're doing presently here? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, okay, so I'm interpreting this in the deepest possible way again, which is, so let me start back like 20 years. Because what I'm trying to do here is avoid things that I've seen happen. Okay, so one of the first things the Global Development Network did, and the Global Development Network is the overarching umbrella of the AERC and the other regional things, is they said, let's do a cross-global study of economic growth, right? And so let's commission 44 individual country growth studies. Okay. At the time, the dominant research approach was basically running an augmented slow regression. So weirdly enough, what they got out of that was 43 people having run exactly the same regression, and then their country case study was, what were the X's in this regression for my country? So, so you literally didn't know anything about the country, or their politics, or the underlying determinants of growth. You just learned where their X's were, and, you know, my country's growth was G because G equals X betas, and here were the X's and here were the betas, so that's my country's growth story. It was the most unbelievably mindless exercise I had ever seen. And one country actually wrote a really super interesting narrative of the growth experience that had nothing to do. So the difficulty is African researchers want the experience of Africa to be reflected in the global literature. That's the goal. That's not what's happening with a technique-driven approach. With a technique-driven approach, you're saying other people in the rest of the regression, I'm going to do a Mincer regression in Kenya, and here's the results of a Mincer regression in Kenya. Versus starting from, here is the experience of Kenya with education and jobs and productivity and growth, and here is what's interesting about it in the way that we understand how economies operate and how human capital feeds into the development process. Okay? But to get there, we need to move the capability of African researchers from technique-focused research, question-focused research, and questioning-focused research, which is, does this dominant paradigm actually help me understand my country's reality and my country's economy and what choices people are making? So this is what we're, so I hope I'm answering your question, because what we're trying to build is, you know, how do we build a capability where the research that's being done in economics actual economies and economics of Africa through the African to probe literature in that way, rather than capacitating African researchers to reproduce things that other people are bringing to you, right? Which is a necessary first step. Like everything about econometric technique and everything about causality and everything about all of the complications of high quality research is there, and it's reality, and we need, I'm not saying don't pay attention to it, but, and again, I'm glad we're up against lunch, because I could go on an extremely long and virulent tirade about RCTs, as opposed to saying the only way Africans can participate in the global research community is by allowing your country to do an RCT and reporting on what happened. Like, I think that's obscene. That's obscene. It's not actually being driven by the needs and wants and of a deep understanding of African economies from an economic point of view. So that's what we're trying to do, and hopefully we'll do. Okay, so what we're going to start with tomorrow morning, because I'm not going to be part of the afternoon, what we'll start with tomorrow morning is a debrief of the group exercise and the group experience that hopefully will allow us to talk through a little bit the kind of issues, and then we're going to start in on some of the individual proposals and start working the proposals through the lens of how is this going to produce, 300 citation research, if it works as well as we hope. You at least, and again, I say I don't start a paper unless I have a story where it's going to be a 300 citation paper. I don't have that many 300 citation papers, so lots of papers fail for a lot of reasons. But we don't want them to be failing ex ante. We don't want to have them fail to be 300 citation papers because there was never a plan for it, right? So we'll start doing that tomorrow. And then tomorrow afternoon we'll have Jim Robinson, who's going to be amazing and inspiring, and then we'll continue on Friday. So thanks. Enjoy lunch. What? Yeah, is this afternoon. Right? Yeah, is this afternoon. It's not that afternoon's free. Ya's going to come in and do a meta of his paper, right? Great. Okay, thanks. Lunch is out there. Except for the remote. We have 2 more days. I don't want to give them everything in the first.
Those of you in this room, good afternoon, and those of you who have joined us online, depending on where you are, good morning, and of course, good afternoon. Very pleased to announce the session that's going to happen now, led by Professor Yao Nyarko. He's a very good friend of the African Economic Research Consortium. He's a professor of economics at New York University, NYU, and he's also the director of the NYU Africa House, which he also founded, the Center for Technology and Economic Development, and the Development Lab at NYU in Abu Dhabi, as well as co-director of the Development Research Institute. So as a co-director of DRI, he was awarded the 2009 BBVA Frontiers in Knowledge Award in Economic Development Cooperation. Professor Nyarko is one of the most highly ranked African origin economists. Even if he's spent most of his time in the US, he has not yet changed his passport, so I know for sure that. And his research interests focus on the areas of economic development, theoretical economics, models of human capital as engines of economic growth, brain drain, Actually, one of his recent papers on migration was published in Journal of Political Economy. As you know, one of the top journals in economics. So his current research focuses on technology and can you help us mute those? Okay, colleagues attending online, please mute yourself because we have this echo coming. So let me just continue introducing our resource person and mentor. As I was mentioning, his current research focuses on technology and economic development, commodities exchange and markets in Africa, and determinants and returns of labor migration from South Asia in the UAE, as well as the impacts of various policy measures on mobility of labor within the United Arab Emirates. Currently, he is also the chair of the Econometric Society Africa Regional Standing Committee. He has also served as a consultant to several international organizations, including the African Development Bank, the World Bank, the United Nations, and Social Science Research Council. As a former vice provost of NYU, he managed a portfolio that included the oversight and establishment of campuses in Abu Dhabi, Accra, and Shanghai. Actually, probably he may be in Accra now, I'm suspecting. Yao received his bachelor's from the University of Ghana and MA and PhD economics from Cornell University. So we are very pleased to have him here. As I mentioned, he's in the frontier of economics. Very proud, of course, for us, an African in that category. So let me not waste much of time. Please, let's welcome warmly Professor Yao to this session. So Professor Yao, the floor is yours.
So, thank you, Dr. Baby, for the nice words. Very, very generous of you. And so as much as possible, let's try and make this interactive. So Dr. Baby, if you see somebody with a hand up, they can interrupt me at any time. I think, you know, I'm still trying to figure out the best way to organize all of this. So please speak up, okay? If you have any questions at any time, show, if those of you who are on Zoom, show the chat, and then we'll continue. So what I think I'll do is I'm going to give you a little bit of a background, my views about research, and particularly my views about writing research papers, okay? That was my charge. And as I said, I'll tell you about a bit about my own experience. I circulated one of the papers. I'll give you my views about getting top-ranked journal articles. It's not easy. It's very, very hard, but it can be done, okay? So that's what I intend to do. And then over the course of this lecture, Dr. Baby, step in at any time. You know, it'd be good to get some feedback from all of you if you have questions. And I have a list of the people in the room. Maybe I'll try and say a few things about some of the topics, just my views, and we'll take it like that, okay? So let me just start. First of all, as Dr. Baby said, I'm from Ghana. I did my undergraduate work at the University of Ghana. Then I went to Cornell University to get my PhD. I've been working in the United States since then. I'm currently at New York University. However, I've kept touch in Ghana. So I now have a center in Ghana, offices at the University of Ghana, Legon, my alma mater. And I've also set up a research institute in a small town called Kumu, where I grew up. And I have a staff of about, I don't know, about 10, 12 people in Ghana. So I am in Ghana. And as Dr. Baby said, I've kept my Ghanaian passport. And I'm involved in the economics there, the economy there, policy there, etc. Okay, so that's a bit about me. First of all, let me thank the organizers, AERC, and I think it's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for this series of lectures. I feel a little bit jealous I wish when I was your age, I could have been talking to the people ahead of me, giving me a little bit of guidance throughout the process, because it's not easy, okay? So those of you who are struggling a little bit, unsure of yourselves a little bit, it's natural, okay? I struggled, I suffered, I was confused, so you're in exactly the same spot I was, all right? So I just think that this process is very, very good. I thank the EERC again, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This is an excellent thing. I hope it continues and you guys are able to reach out to many, many other scholars in the field, older than you, to give you guidance, okay? All right, so that's by way of thanks and my saying that this is extremely important, okay? And again, this is just a big shout out. If you have any questions, any issues, it'll be good to get this interactive. I apologize for not being with you in person. I had other things, other commitments, but next time, okay? All right, so this talk is about writing papers and how do you get top ranked papers and what is the process. First of all, I want to say it's very hard. It's very difficult. There are a lot of frustrations, a lot of uncertainties, but at the end of the day, you will succeed if you continue working hard. But let me not, give you the impression that it's easy, that it always works. It's going to be hard, okay? That's the first thing I'll say. Usually, when you're writing a paper, there's the idea. What is the big question? What is it that you're trying to answer? What is the one-liner? What is the one question? And so you want to focus on that, okay? Sometimes when I'm talking to junior people and I ask them, what is your paper on? They will say, well, I want to study health. And I said, okay, what about health? And then the answer would be, well, it's just health. I just want to study health. Well, you need to narrow it down. There needs to be some big question you're asking. Impact of, I think I saw something here, levels of education on health outcomes, okay? That's something precise, okay? So the first thing I would say as you're thinking about a topic is, it has to be focused. And again, I see many of you already have these focus things, but I need to stress that. So as you're writing your paper, remember that there's one question. What is the question? That should be very, very clear, okay? Participation in large-scale school programs. Great. What motivates it? What is the question? What are the factors that affect it? So try and narrow that down and make it something that if you were talking to somebody in 5 minutes or so, you could be very, very clear as to what the question is that you're asking. So for me, the first thing is, what is the question, okay? Second, for me, and I'll give you examples with this one paper that I circulated, data. You can ask a question, but if you don't have good data for it, it's going to be very, very difficult. So in this one paper that I'll mention to you in a second, we were very lucky. We partnered with some institutions and we were able to get the data. Once you get the data, then you can start playing around with things, doing things. So getting the data, having access to the data is important. All of you are very, very well trained. And so once you have the data, I presume, analyzing the data is going to be fairly straightforward, okay? But the data is going to be extremely important, okay? All right. The third thing I'll mention, which perhaps is one thing that I think really needs stressing, okay? Which is that many of you will be working on empirical papers. You're trying to do some regression. You're trying to get some analysis from the data that you have. But at the back of your minds, if I'm going to push you in any direction, if I'm going to make a comment based on some past papers that I've seen, do not underestimate the theory, okay? And so by theory, I mean an economic model. The great thing about writing an economic model is that it tells you before you get the data what you should expect. What is the intuition? Which way should something cause something else, okay? I think many times, many of us in our rush to write papers, you'll find people getting a data set and then pulling out their most sophisticated econometric techniques that they can, write down a linear equation, run it, do some tests, and that's the paper, okay? So if there's anything I want to encourage you on is ahead of time, ask yourself, what is a model of what you're trying to do, okay? Do not be shy of writing down a theoretical model. It does not have to be complicated. It could be a very, very simple one, but it forces you to think through what is the economics behind what you're trying to estimate, okay? What does economic theory say the outcome should be, okay? And so this is one area where if I'm going to push anything, if there's anything that perhaps I could say that maybe others are not saying as forcefully, it's just all about the theory, okay? Let me share with you a story, okay? And this is a story of me going to New York University. And so I got my PhD from Cornell. My first job was at Brown, and a couple of years, 2 years after that, I moved to New York University. And in the university was a very, very good man, you know, very, very friendly. His name is Michael Tudaro, okay? Development economist, very, very good in those days. Very, very well known, wrote a textbook on development economics, and actually somebody who I liked a lot. And I just remember a strange thing, you know, he was a wonderful man, but I just feel like sharing this because you guys may be in a similar situation. You know, he asked me, you know, in those days I was doing theory, real theory, pure theory, unlike now where I'm mixing the theory and the empirical. And he said to me, yeah, why is an African working on economic theory, okay? And so in those days, I may have felt a little bit guilty. I need to do empirical work to really help Africa. But at the end of the day, I thought it was a bad question, okay? You do theory because it helps you understand the markets that you're working in. It gets your mind around what the issues are. And it's after you've written the theory that you can think through the empirical work. And it makes your empirical work come alive because the theory may say variable X should affect variable Y in a monotone fashion, and maybe your empirical work will give you the opposite, okay? And so you've got something to talk, get your empirical work to talk about. And that's fun, okay? If it goes in the same direction, that's also good because then you'd say the empirical work that you've done sort of goes hand in hand with the theoretical work that you've done. And again, let me stress, the theory does not have to be that complicated. It doesn't have to be existence theorems and you know, convergence to steady states. No, just a simple theoretical model which explains how one variable will affect another. And in the case of the paper that I'll share with you, that's what we did, okay? So if there's anything that I'd like to sort of like stress a lot is as you are doing your empirical work, always think through what is the theory behind it, okay? If it's the effect of human capital on health outcomes, why do we think human capital, having more years of schooling, would help in healthcare outcomes? What are the channels? What is the theory behind it? Is it an informational thing that somebody will be able to have access to drugs better? Is it an income thing? They'll be able to get on a car and then go to the hospital when they're really sick. What is it? So just spell out those things in advance of doing your empirical work, and then it makes your empirical work come alive, okay? So I remember Dr. Abebe was talking about, you know, my winning with Bill Easterly, the BBVA award. This was a long time back. And I remember my speech at that time. I had looked up something from Martin Luther King, the civil rights leader in the United States. And he was talking about, you know, what is good for Black folks in the United States. And I was also thinking the same thing about Africa. What's good for Africa? And, you know, Africa needs the best economics that there is, okay? And so this is a pushback to, you know, people saying that we should not be doing theoretical work. We should be doing the best of theoretical work because our economies depend even more on getting these things right, okay? And so at other BBVA awards, I was supposed to stand up and speak, and that's what I said. You know, we may come from poorer nations, but that doesn't mean that our economics should be poorer. In fact, on the contrary, our economics should be the best, okay? So if there's any word that I'll give you in terms of publications, in terms of moving forward, always in your research work, whatever the topic is, family, human capital, and maybe child development, migration flows, and education, think through what are the channels? What would the model be? Why would these things, one thing affect another? What are the models that others use? All right, there's echo from somebody on Zoom. Thank you. So I just, it's something which is worth stressing a lot. I've seen a large number of papers from junior colleagues in Africa, and you know there'll be an interest in a particular area, and then immediately there's a regression equation with very, very good econometrics, but next to no theory behind it, modeling behind it. Why is this important? Why do you expect this to happen? Why do you expect these variables to be affected by the other? Okay, it's very important, and it makes your paper better. It's much easier to publish if you've got a theory and also the empirics, which sort of go hand in hand, okay? And so if there's any tip that I'll give you on that, it's all about the theory, okay? Most of you here, the fourth part is the econometrics, okay? You know, as I've looked through past papers, all of you do very, very well on that score. I've seen very good papers where, you're doing all of the econometrics, the latest techniques, the latest tools, the latest regressions, all of those things are great. The field of econometrics, of course, is moving. So, you know, different kinds of econometrics. Do not be shy to try new things. Many of you have done that. As I will show you in the paper that I'm going to go through, we did that with our paper. And I think part of the success of that paper is that we did things in a slightly different way on the econometrics front, okay? So, so just to repeat, if there are four things I would say when you're writing the big paper, number one is the big question. Make sure you know what it is. Make sure you can state it very clearly. It should not be, well, I'm working on healthcare, just healthcare generally. What on healthcare? What is the question in healthcare? Okay, so that's a big thing. Data work is going to be extremely important, and finding those wonderful data sets. Sometimes you'll have to marry a number of data sets, administrative data set, microfinance data sets, and then you put them together with perhaps migration data sets and passport data sets. And so in our paper, you will see that. So that was number two. Number three, I went through, a number of words on the need for theory. I pushed that very, very hard, if you will, because that's an area that sometimes I think could be improved relative to many of the papers that I have seen in the past, okay, from junior African scholars. So that's a theory. And then the fourth thing I said was econometrics, which many of you do very, very well. Just remember that there's a lot of modern econometrics out there, different econometrics out there. Econometrics, which isn't merely taking a linear regression, putting all the variables in there, estimating, then checking for the usual things, multicollinearity, this, that, okay? So those are the four big things there. I've been speaking for about 30 minutes. I don't know if I should pause now. Does anybody have a question for me? The next thing I'll do would be essentially to go through as an example the JP paper that we circulated, that I circulated. That will be the next block of time that I'll spend. And then finally, maybe I'll just go through the list here of different titles. I won't mention anybody's name. I won't even mention the title that clearly. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but just to give you my thought on some of the different topics, what you could be working on, and then relating it to these four things that I mentioned, okay? So let me pause here. I'll take some water. And does anybody have any questions for me? I don't know if somebody is connecting me to the floor. I cannot see the floor, so I can't tell how people are doing. Any questions, anybody?
Yeah, we can help you from this side. Anybody who wants to have a hot pursuit to ask a few questions? Okay, we have someone. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for the presentation.
Introduce your name, so he knows you.
Oh, okay. Wasiu Adekun is my name. I work with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, Lagos, Nigeria. So I would like to ask this question regarding theoretical framework, because I think one of the things I've gotten from you is that you don't just run regression. You have to have a theory underlying the relationships. So I would like to ask that when building a theoretical framework, and is it possible that you have a kind of meta-analysis or like trying to synthesize between theories for you to get out your equations and all that? Is it possible? And how do we go about that? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for saying that. So first of all, you do as much as you can, okay? So, it shouldn't become too oppressive, okay? So I don't know what area you're working in, but I'm just looking at some topics here. So if you're looking at impact of harnessing human capital, right? So you ask yourself, okay, I want to write a theory about that. So then you look at those people who've written theories about how human capital affects the economy. And as you look at it, maybe there's the work of Paul Romer. And so there's a growth model, okay? So if you're doing dynamics, if you're doing macro, that's the model, okay? It's a theoretical model. Think about it, okay? So Paul Romer was talking about TFP, and then somehow or the other, the coefficient, which shows how productive the production function is a function of human capital, okay? So that's a model, all right? And so what I'm saying is that before you rush to the econometrics, slow down a little bit, ask yourself for your question, and I just gave an example, human capital and the effect of the economy. Look at who's written on that. Look at what their models are. And then pick something which is appropriate to you, okay? Which is a bit self-contained, and which works for the problem that you're trying to do, okay? You can do a little bit of a literature survey, but it doesn't have to be too much. And sometimes you can overdo it and get confused, and you can get buried in all of the technicalities. So, one thing to do is pick one model that works for you, understand that model so that it's closed, okay? Meaning all the key things are in that model, and then run with it. And then you do your econometrics and you say, well, we regress this on this because from the theory model, we are supposed to do that. From the theory, we expect that as this increases, this is going to decrease, right? That's what the theory says. And so let's write our equation down and see what happens, okay? So that's the way I would do it. I'd look through I'd think about what my topic is. I would first ask myself, how do I think that, in this case, human capital affects the economy? In which direction? And then I'll look for the papers that have done work on that and do a very light literature review. And then I'll pick one which works for me, grind through it in a tiny bit of detail, and use that as a benchmark for my empirical work, okay? All right. Thank you. I see a hand on Zoom, if that's okay. Dr.
Yes,
Davey, I see Goldstein.
Yeah.
Okay, can I go ahead, please?
It's okay on my side. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Professor Yo. I think the later part of your response sort of clarify some of the things I wanted to ask. So maybe I should just still go ahead anyway. So in terms of the theoretical, getting the theoretical model that underpins maybe your empirical specification. So I just wanted to know, because is it enough? Because sometimes you may need to tweak the model a bit to fit your context. I think that's where the challenge comes for a lot of us, because you may need to modify, like you talked about Roma, for example, you may need to do a little adjustment so that it fits your model, and then the technical know-how to sort of represent such a convoluted model may not necessarily be at your disposal. And so I just wanted to know, is there a way out of this? I mean, apart from just simply reproducing the model someone else has proposed, if you really want to make it context specific, your own model, writing your own model, which I see in some paper, they write their own model based on the research questions they have. So what was the easy way to go about writing your own model just to fit your own context? Thank you.
Very, very good question. Again, as soon as you've begun to write a model, you can already begin to declare success, okay? The fact that you've even tried to write a model is a good thing, okay? So you could do both approaches you just mentioned. In other words, take, as I think the expression in the US is a cookie jar, straight off the shelf, no changed version of a model. Write it down and just say, this is the standard model. This is the standard Roma model, right? Many people have used that model, so you can take the model and see how others who have done empirical work have simplified that model for their purpose. So the first thing you could just do is to say, if I was to do the Paul Roma model, this is what the Paul Roma model would say, this is what it would imply, right? Then you'd say next, well, actually, I want to do something slightly different. I will change something here, I will change something there. So I've got a version of my model, right? This is how it differs from the Roma model, okay? So, you can do both. Then, my understanding is that most of your papers are empirical. So then as you're writing the empirical results, you could say, well, if life moved according to the Roma model, you get this, which may contradict what I have received, what I have seen in my own empirical work. Instead, you've got the one that you've tweaked or changed or moved around, and you would say in your empirical work, it may not have worked for the standard Roma model, but it works for this auxiliary model or changed model or something. So I think that too is a victory. For most of you, the topics that you are working on that I've seen here, each one of them has somebody who's done a theoretical paper on it. And in addition, there are empirical people who have used the theoretical model and applied it, okay? So this is where, you can reach out to your resource persons, you can reach out to somebody in the field. Those of you who are working on either economic development or human capital, feel free to call me, email me at any time. I will let you know. So this is a place where, as a junior person, you may not know the literature. You may not know that this thing has been worked on already. So it may seem as if you have to reinvent the wheel. That's what your senior people are there for, okay? That's what your advisors are there for. You should all feel free to send emails. All of you can send me an email. If it's in an area that I know, if it's a very precise question, for example, somebody is working on human capital and health. You could say, dear Professor Nyako, do you know of any theoretical models that have done this? And I'll say, yes, I can show you 3 or 4 of them. People who have worked in this area, look at this literature, look at that literature, okay? And so it shouldn't be something which is impossible. It shouldn't be something which is makes you scared. Instead, and correctly, so you may simply not know the literature. You're all very young. You're all starting out in the profession. That's what we, the older people, are there for. So don't be shy to ask. All of us will respond to emails if it's a very precise email, okay? So if you ask me something very precise, I'm working on this and this and this and this. Do you know any models which connects human capital to health? And I would either say, sorry, I don't know, or I could say, here are 3 or 4 papers that come to mind. Look at that literature. Then you will pick up those papers, look at who they quote, and before you know it, you've got too many papers, and 1 or 2 of them will be ideal for you, okay? So that's my answer to your question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor.
You're welcome. Is there anybody else? Questions?
Ok. Merci. Merci. Je suis M. Bazier Porto, Université Thomas Sankara. Et ma première préoccupation a été prise en compte d'après la dernière explication du professeur.
On your Zoom, you can try the translation. You have a button for language. Do you have it?
Okay.
So you can go into English, so you will be able to hear the interpreter. The researcher is speaking in French. Okay, I think at the bottom somewhere in your Zoom there must be a map of the world.
English, or should we move it to French? Yes, I see it.
Yeah, a map of the world. So when you press that, it says change original to English.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
So I should change original to French, right?
On s'excuse un peu de...
No, original to English, so you will be able to hear the... Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Try one of them. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
D'accord.
Go
On
ahead.
s'excuse un peu de la langue et prochainement on fera un effort de s'exprimer en anglais pour que tout le monde comprenne. Et ma première préoccupation a été prise en compte à travers les dernières explications du professeur concernant la littérature. Parce qu'en Afrique, généralement, le modèle théorique pour adapter au contexte africain pose souvent un problème. Donc, c'est comme nous avons compris, cela pourrait être dû au fait que au niveau de la recherche en Afrique, elle est un peu embryonnaire. Mais comme nous avons peut-être les contacts des professeurs, peut-être qu'on pourrait les écrire et puis par rapport aux thématiques données et demander des modèles. L'autre question, c'est par rapport aux données. Dans la plupart de la recherche sur les pays africains, on est confronté à des problèmes de données. On peut avoir une thématique assez d'actualité, mais la difficulté se trouve au niveau des données. Lorsque vous essayez d'utiliser des proxys, donc on trouve des résultats vraiment pas trop convaincants en fait. À ce niveau, qu'est-ce qu'on peut peut-être faire? Ou bien s'il y a des perspectives pour également pouvoir pallier donc, à ces difficultés-là. Je vous remercie.
Okay. So I hope you can hear me. I heard you. So first of all, in terms of economic theory, my own view is that there's only one economics, okay? You know, there are different models, there are different ways in which we write things, but at the end of the day, there's one economics, okay? And so I don't particularly believe in the theory that there's a special economics for Africa, okay? We apply the tools in a different way. We have different contexts in which we are applying the tools, but the theory is the same theory, okay? And indeed, being in Africa, from Africa, I think economics is much more exciting for me, okay? Because the economics that we read in the textbooks, which are written for the Western world, we have to apply them to Africa. And for me, it makes everything very exciting, okay? So in terms of the theory, maybe what you're saying is that the theory that others have used is not the same as, you know, you can't translate it one for one to Africa. That I agree with. But at the end of the day, it's the same economics we should be applying. So that's the response to your first concern about theory. And yes, you're right that data is very, very hard. And, sometimes data can be found in very, very unusual places. There's work on regression discontinuities these days, before something happens and after something happens. There's research on the getting data from randomized control trials, okay? And then, as I'll tell you in the, when we get to the paper that I've written, there are ways in which if you ask the right questions, go to the right people, as I will show you in our work. When I went, this is a paper on the United Arab Emirates. When I went there, everybody was telling me that in the UAE, it's impossible to get data, okay? Everybody said that then, they continue to say it now, and yet I was able to find massive amounts of data to help. So I don't mean to say that what you're saying is wrong. You are right. Data is very, very hard, and yet you guys are very smart people. You're all very, very good people. You're very well-trained people. You're a part of a very important institution. The ERC was not in existence when I was your age, okay? So, there's help all around, and don't allow people to discourage you, okay? It's very easy to say there's no data, so you give up, okay? Keep looking, keep asking. Your attempts to get data, even if it fails, it will help the next generation of economists, right? If you're going to the central bank, you're asking for some data, and they say they don't have it, you may lose out this time, but the central bank person, the data person, the director of research, the chief economist will then realize, hey, there are people who want this data. And so we'll start collecting the data, maybe even collect it in time for even you to use, okay? So you're right, data is scarce in Africa, but it's not non-existent. There are ways of creating data, finding data, doing randomized controlled trials, and accessing the data that exists, okay? And I'll give you some examples when we go to my own work in the United Arab Emirates. Okay. Anybody else? Is that it? All right. So let me see if, what else do I want to say? Yeah, let me now move in this second part to, I'm going to repeat many of the things I said, but in the context of our JP paper, okay? So let me see if I can find it and upload it. Just a second, okay? I had it here a second ago. That's this. All right. So, Dr. Baby, can I share my screen, or should I just talk about the paper? I'm not going to go into it in detail. I was just going to show the thing there. I don't have to show it.
Yeah, whichever is convenient.
So somebody should have,
yeah,
okay,
we can help.
So somebody should allow me to share my screen.
Okay, Cecilia, Natalia. Yeah.
I'm doing that. Yes, I'm doing that, Abebe, right away.
Okay.
Just in a minute.
No worries.
Okay,
no worries.
They will allow you to share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So for all of you, what I'm going to do within the next hour or so, or the next 30 minutes, is just I'm going to repeat sort of the main messages, but I'm going to do it in the context of a paper that I have written, okay? It's a paper in the United Arab Emirates, and, it's a paper I like. And so let me tell you about it, okay? Let's see if I can share now. Not yet. All right. So
you can now.
I can now. Okay.
Professor Yo, yes, you can. Thank you.
Perfect. I see it. I see it. All right. So you see on the screen here the paper. This was published About 5 years ago in the Journal of Political Economy. I have circulated the paper. And so what I'd like to do now is, I'm not going to go into details on the paper, you all have it, but I'm going to tell you the story of how the paper was crafted, what were the processes, what were the issues, okay? And so hopefully some of this will be of benefit to you, okay? The key messages are going to be exactly the messages that I said before, which is, again, think of a question, think of a precise question, look for data. It's going to be hard, as some of you mentioned, but just don't give up, okay? Always get theory behind it, okay, to figure out what should happen in this model. And then finally, do very good econometrics, okay? So those are the 4 things that I went through earlier on. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to tell you about this paper, how it came about, how the idea came, and how we, went from beginning to end. Again, let me thank AERC. Let me thank the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I wish these opportunities were there for me when I was your age, okay? So again, I encourage this to be continued with other researchers and other senior economists. All right, so the title is Monopsony Power in Migrant Labor Markets, Evidence from the UAE, okay? So so I'm going to tell you how I began to think about the question and what precisely the question was, okay? So I am at New York University, based in New York, and my university opened up a campus in Abu Dhabi. I was actually in administration. I was part of the team that helped open up that campus. And one interesting thing about the United Arab Emirates is that it's a very rich nation. But as of that time, the total number of Emiratis or natives would be about 1 million. And the total number of non-Emiratis, migrants into the UAE, was something like 5 million, which means that the total number of people coming in far exceeds those who are locals in that country. You see, there are Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and Filipinos, okay? So you see them, they're the sort of migrant class. And so this is staring at you in the face, all right? In addition, when you come into the United Arab Emirates, you are attached to a particular job, okay? So when you come in, you get a visa not only to the country, but to a particular company, all right? And you're forced to stay with that company and work with that company. If you stop working with that company, you have to leave the country, okay? And so this is a particular type of a visa that you get. It's attached to a particular company. In the United States, there's something called H-1 visas, and that's the same thing. It's a special visa to work with a particular company, and if you stop working with that company, you leave, okay? So most of us, if you're an economist, you immediately think there's got to be something wrong with this, right? We economists believe in free markets, and so this can't be good, okay? So you want to ask yourself, well, how do we write a paper about this? What do we do? How do we tackle this question, whether it's good or bad? We were lucky, and we realized that there was, these laws which restrict mobility, they're called in the UAE the kafala laws, okay? That's the Arab term for it. You're hired and you have to be with a particular employer. If you leave the employer, you have to leave the country, okay? So those are called the kafala laws. And we were lucky around a few years before we wrote this, 2010, 2011, minister in charge of labor changed the laws, okay? So prior to a particular date, there was very strong restrictions, a lot of restrictions, okay? You cannot move. And the minister then decided to relax those laws so that you can come in, but you can move around, okay? And if you move around and you find another job, you can still stay in the country, okay? So this is a relaxation of the law. The laws there in the UAE, they're called decrees, okay? So the minister issued a decree, and the decree said, whereas in the past, you are tied to exactly one company, in the future, you'll be able to move around companies, okay? So then we said to ourselves, hey, wait a minute, this enables us to ask a very precise question. What is the question? Well, what is the effect of moving from a restricted regime to a more flexible regime? What is, to restate, what is the impact of having each firm be in charge of their own workers, right? And having those workers have no competition, as opposed to after the decree, where these workers can move to other places. So each firm is able to compete with, each firm will have workers who are essentially going to other firms. So this firm has to compete with other firms for the same worker, okay? And so that's the question, all right? And it's, as you can imagine, or as I just said, it's a very narrow and precise question, okay? We, of course, started off by saying that we care about labor, we care about migrants into the UAE, we want to learn something about what's going on. But this change in the decree gives us something extremely precise that we can measure, okay? So that's how we got into the question, okay? So if you're asking me the genesis of this question, that's what it is. You know, after thinking about all of this, Xingyi Wang was my colleague at New York University at that time. She later on moved to University of Pennsylvania. Xingyi Wang knows Suresh. And so after Xingyi and I started working, we brought Suresh Naidu, who's currently at Columbia, onto the team, okay? So that's the team that worked on this particular question. And as I said, the general idea for the question came about because we're thinking of people coming into the UAE, migrants. The precise question had to do with the change in the decree, okay? So going back to what I said before, you always want to look for a big question, and you want to make that question very precise. You shouldn't be saying to yourself, let me just talk about migrant laborers. That's good, but you need to home it in and get something precise. And in our case, we were lucky. We saw this regime change from very restrictive to unrestricted, and that gives us a before and after that we can estimate, that we can model, etc. Okay, so that's the first part of it. All right. So let me pause here if there are any questions. What I intend to do next is to talk about the data sets that we received, talk about the theory, and then talk about the econometrics, okay? And so I'm going to go through the same themes that I started off with, but I'm going to go through it in the context of this paper. So maybe this is a good time to stop. I will take some water, and if there's anybody with a question, please go ahead. All right, I see no hands up. I see nobody on the chat. Dr. Abebe, do you see anybody there on the floor?
Yes, we have some. Oh, they are coming.
Okay. All right, they're coming. Okay, sure.
Thank you, Professor Yao. My
Yes.
name is Mohamed Yelwa from University of Abuja, Nigeria. Having
Great.
listened to your presentation and analysis, I have this issue to raise because it has been an issue in my own university, and we're trying to see how we reconcile it. We have an agency, National Bureau of Statistics, is responsible for collecting and analyzing data, national data for Nigeria. We also have National Planning Commission. They also go into data collection, and the Central Bank of Nigeria. So we always have this problem of data inconsistency. When we are collecting data, particularly on poverty, mapping, and all that, you will see NBS will give us their data, the Central Bank will bring their own data, and they are inconsistent. So we'll be having this challenge with students and including the staff of the universities, in particular in the economics department. I don't know if you can shed more light on this and to see how we can go about that. Thank you, sir.
Great. So let me just respond quickly to that. Yes, this is the step of data cleaning. It takes a lot of time, and yes, you're going to have to make some assumptions. What is the right data set? Which data set do you believe in? Sometimes there are gaps in one. One data set might have some years, another data set does not have other years. And so this is a big issue, a big question, and there are various techniques. Sometimes if I have two data sets, I'll run my regressions on both. Many times it doesn't make that much of a difference, okay? When it does, I report, this data set says this data set says that. Usually it's the size of the coefficients or the dispersion, the standard errors are the things which change, but the coefficients themselves do not change. But it's a good point, and we all face that. I will tell you about our data sets as well, and we had to deal with that as well, okay? But you do the best you can with the data that you have. It's telling you something, it's not perfect, but you do the best you can, and you report it, okay? With this data set, I got that. With that data set, I got this. To pair them up together, I did this and this and this. So that the key is that somebody else can take your work and replicate it, okay? And maybe somebody else will have different views as to how to manage it, okay? All right. Who's next?
There is someone online, Vincent.
Yes, good day, Professor. Thank you very much for all the information so far. So my question is with regards to controlling for other factors. So for example, this before and after, there's a possibility that other things would be changing. I don't know if in the case of UAE, if there were other things that were also like other policies or other factors that would have impacted on the observed causation, but can you shed some light on how you can identify good scenarios for assessing the effect of a policy as opposed to others where it would be inappropriate?
Great. This is an excellent question, really good question. And I think, if there's any advance in this paper, if there's any reason why it got published in the Journal of Political Economy, is that we actually had a technique for dealing with that. So if you just give me a second, I'll get to that shortly and explain what we did. But what you're saying is 100% correct. There are other things that are going on. If we had run a simple regression, okay, a linear regression with a whole bunch of variables in it, then everything that you're saying would have been right, okay? What we did was a different thing where we're using the date of the change in the policy as a regression discontinuity. So I'll explain that to you in a second, but I just wanted to commend you for bringing that up. It's a very good point, and that's the part of doing the good econometrics, as I said, okay? Sometimes you just feel like putting in a linear regression, throwing everything in there, and sometimes it just won't work because of exactly what you're saying, okay? So thank you for saying that, but just hold off a little while. I'm going to get to that, okay? In the section on the econometrics of this paper, okay? Great. I see God's theme.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Professor. Just a related question. So I wanted to ask, this policy, was it strategic? I mean, it's like a natural experiment. I just wanted to know, was it done deliberately to achieve an aim? So I just wanted to maybe, I know you may not have time to go into details. I just wanted to know, were they doing it to give flexibility to employers, or what was the intention? Why I'm asking this, I know this will have implication later for the econometrics, because if it's correlated with the outcome, and ex-ante issues will come up. I just wanted to know what was the intention of. It's quite a very generous policy, right? I just wanted to know what was the intention.
Let me answer your. Let me divide your question into two parts. Okay, so you could be asking that question for two reasons. Let me answer both of them. The first reason is just, why did this policymaker want to do this change in policy? What was behind all of this? The answer is the UAE was trying to get a more sophisticated workforce. Okay, they look at the large numbers of highly unskilled workers, and they were asking themselves, if we free up the market, maybe we can get workers coming in who will command higher wages and be more skilled. Or maybe some of these workers will invest in skilling, getting better skills, so that they can move to another enterprise. If you have the old kafala system where they can't move, then the returns to getting additional human capital could be very, very low. And maybe that's the reason why people are not being skilled up. So the first aspect of your question is, why were the policymakers doing it? My guess is they were doing it because they wanted to make the economy better, a higher skilled economy, get more. They believe mobility will allow for upskilling of the labor force. Okay, so that's one thing you could be asking. The other thing you could be asking is a more technical question. You could be saying, hey, what if the announcement, because the government wanted to change things, maybe you could be asking that our econometrics is corrupted by the fact that some of these changes were anticipated, okay? So you could be asking whether our econometric technique was the right technique, given that some people may have known about it, okay? And so my answer to that is, first, wait and see what the econometric technique is. I will argue that the reform occurred very, very quickly. There are various tests that we used to see whether people were anticipating the change in the policy, okay? So the second aspect of your question, it could be asking about whether our econometric technique is valid because people could have been anticipating this change. And as I will show you, as you will see in the technique, hopefully it'll be clear that this was a minor thing, okay? But point well taken, okay? All right. Are there any questions from the physical participants? I see a chat message here.
Yes, there is one from Mafang. I can't see your...
Okay.
Merci pour la parole accordée. Moi, c'est Mafang Leonie.
We can't hear you, Mafang. Can you try this one, please? Yeah.
Ok, merci pour la parole accordée. Moi, c'est Mafang Leonie. Je suis de l'université de Yaoundé de Soie. Et j'ai deux préoccupations. La première, elle est liée au titre. Pourquoi? Parce que, au vu du contexte et de la question d'étude que le professeur Yao a présenté, j'aimerais savoir pourquoi est-ce que le papier est intitulé autrement. Parce que quand j'ai vu le titre du papier, je voulais vraiment savoir de quoi est-ce qu'il est question. C'est quand j'entre dans le résumé que je me rends compte que je saisis la question. J'aimerais savoir par la suite tel que le professeur a intitulé son titre, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres façons de formuler des titres qui puissent inciter les lecteurs à lire le papier? Parce que quand j'ai vu le titre, c'est quand le professeur explique les motivations et la question de recherche que je me rends compte que je sais pas, j'avais l'impression que c'était différent. Donc j'aimerais savoir, est-ce qu'il y a un secret de formuler les titres autrement par rapport aux questions qu'on cherche à répondre? Merci.
Okay, so thank you for that question. So let me explain why we chose that title. And I actually think the title was suggested by a referee of the paper. And you raised a very good point. The title should reflect not necessarily the specifics of the paper itself, but instead should reflect what you're trying to convey to the economics profession. So in economics, and one of the good things about the paper is that there's very little work being done on monopsony. So as you know, monopsony is a situation where, you know, workers they're not competitive. Maybe one firm is in charge of all of the workers. So think of this as a monopoly on the labor input side, right? And so our paper we wanted to pitch it as a contribution not to the economics of the UAE. UAE is a very, very small country, but instead to the larger economics question of what is a monopsony? And if you relax the monopsony, what happens, okay? And so we particularly chose that topic, and I think it was suggested by a referee, so that we could appeal to a larger audience. So thank you for saying what you said, because it reminds me to tell you all that when you're selling your paper, when you are thinking of a title about it, slow down and reflect. How do you want it to be received, okay? So we could have made this title the effect of a change of the decree by the Minister of Labor of the UAE, right? That could have been the title of the paper. If we had done that, we'd be saying that we want people from the UAE, people who care about the minister, to be interested in this paper. It will be very hard for somebody to see that this has a bigger impact and an impact all across economics on monopsony, okay? So you're right, the one who just came up to speak, we intentionally called it monopsony, okay, because we were appealing to a different audience. Similarly, when you're writing your paper could be about, I don't know, the effect of human capital on health outcomes in Nigeria, but instead you may want to say the role of tertiary education in health outcomes, okay? That way you can appeal to a larger audience, a larger economics audience, as opposed to a narrower Nigeria-specific audience, okay? So thank you for bringing that up. That's a very, very good point, and that's why we did what we did, okay? All right. I presume there's nobody else. Shall I move on to the paper?
One more.
Yes. One more, okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Kamau. I'm from University of Nairobi, Institute for Development Studies, Kenya. Actually, when you mentioned Michael Todaro as one of the people who mentored you in your early career, we made to understand that he developed this model when he was in IDS, University of Nairobi. And so we quite related in that front. More substantive, Prof, thank you for your very insightful presentation, very informative in terms of how to structure, what to look for, and how to work our papers along. One of the issues that come up, and I know this coming from a development, maybe not mainstream economics, is something that we've been debating, is the role of survey data in our analysis, sometimes that may not resonate very well with the conventional econometrics analysis of time series and panel data. So perhaps in the discussion about the data, access to data, what is the role of primary survey data in understanding economics or in writing high-impact papers in economics? And thirdly, is it possible to write a paper on policy that may not necessarily require modeling, or we should at all time endeavor to have data-driven, econometric, analyzed papers in order to get acceptability and impact that we are looking for? Thank you very much.
So let me respond this way. In terms of survey data, all data is good, okay? You do the best you have with the data that you have. But think about it. If there are two people writing something, let's suppose that their conclusions are, one says go forward, the other one says stop, and one of them has only a few data points based on surveys. The other one has millions and millions of data sets, data points, administrative data, financial data, like tons of data. If you're looking at the two, which would you go after, right? Probably you two would say, you know, I like this survey, but maybe the survey was random. There are only a few people there. I give very little credence to that relative to somebody else, okay? What am I driving at? I'm driving at, you do the best you can, but more is better than less, okay? And so, you know, probably if in our paper we had only survey data, it may not have been published at the Journal of Political Economy, right? It would have said, this is good, but it's not great, okay? And if survey data was the only data we could have, we will use it, okay? There's nothing wrong with survey data. It's just that some data is better than others. If you can get it, great. If you can't, that's life. You can't, you know, you can't create data that doesn't exist, okay? So the point I'm driving at is, and I think the goal of this talk is, how do you do things better, right? Okay? I just want you all to get my opinions. There are different kinds of papers. I see different papers. If somebody gives me something with survey data, I will read it. I'll say, this is nice. If the same person comes back later on with not only the survey data, but lots of administrative, time series, bank data, thousands and thousands and thousands of data sets, I'll say, oh my goodness, this is even better. I'm even more convinced. So I was told that, you know, to talk to you all about how to get high impact, high citation papers, right? And first of all, you do the best you can with the data that you have, all right? All data is good, just that some is better than others. If you want it to be very highly cited, you may have to go for very good data, okay? There's nothing wrong with the other data, but just realize that some people may say, well, this is good. I wish there was better. There isn't better, so I'll take what you have for now. But if you have the other one, it would have been even better, okay? So if you're looking for highly cited, quoted papers, then try and get much better data than you can, all right? I appreciate the fact that it could be hard. I appreciate the fact that it could be impossible. But my job is just to tell you what is good data, what people will accept, what people will, acclaim versus others, okay? So that's just the reality of life. And if you were a policymaker, as I said, somebody gives you a few data points, all survey, another person gives you reams and reams and reams of administrative and other kinds of data, you would probably go for the person with the higher data set. The same with the journals, the same with the people who are reading your papers, okay? I think you also asked about should all papers have theory and can't you do policy-driven data work? Same thing, same kind of response. If you want more people to cite your work, more people to approve of your work, more people to think that, wow, this person has really thought through everything, and I know what the data is supposed to say to me, then yes, put your put some modeling in there. And as I said at the beginning, it doesn't have to be that complicated, okay? Many times, and I think one of the speakers, one of the questioners asked about controlling for other things. I think it's Madame Vincent, okay? That will be a situation where you've written something down, but you don't really have a model, okay? And so, as she said, you may not respect the work because you'll be saying to yourself, hey, there are other things, how can you control for everything? That's the same as saying you haven't really written a good model. So Madame Vincent may decide not to respect your work, quote your work, push it forward because the model wasn't there. You understand? And so that's my view of that. Of course, you know, do the policy, data-driven policy work as, you know, as needed. Maybe you don't have the time to do the theoretical work, but any theory that you put in there will get others to respect your work, cite your work, move your work forward, okay? Which is, I think, the goal of this lecture. My job is to tell you what would it take to get your work from a particular level to a much higher level. And for me, that's one of the things. When I see a paper which has a theory in it, this is what you're supposed to expect, here is the data, this is how I've modeled the data, this is the econometrics, I say, my goodness, I like this paper. I'm willing to put my money on the conclusions of the paper. If I see another paper where there's no modeling, there's just a linear regression and nothing else in there, I will take it, I will accept it. I will say this is, you know, the person tried the hardest that they can. But if I was to rank the papers, I'd rank the first one with the theory and everything in there much higher than the second one. They're all good, but my job is to tell you which one is higher and which one is lower, okay? So that's my answer to you, okay? All right.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions, let me move forward. Is that okay, everybody? Great. So let me just, I think you can still see the paper on the screen. My apologies for that, or has it disappeared? Share screen, Monopsony, share. Okay. No, I can't see it. Can you all see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Just a second. Great. So you should see it says monopsony power in migrant labor markets, okay? And as somebody asked, that's what we wanted the profession to focus on. That this is a paper on monopsony, not a paper on the UAE, because we believe that the market for monopsony in labor economics is bigger than the market for UAE, okay? All right. So we write the paper, we give some introductory remarks. All of this is repeating what I said to you earlier on, what the kafala system is, the fact that you get a visa attached to a particular job. It is similar to the US H-1B visas, where a highly skilled Indian would be given a job in Silicon Valley in the tech industry, but that visa is only for that job. And if that person leaves that job, that person has to leave the country, okay? So that's the same system as in the UAE. So the first part of the paper is just explaining exactly what I just said, okay? We put in a literature review here, and again, we're trying to sell this paper as a paper on monopsony. So you will see some words here where we are relating this to the literature, not the literature on the UAE. We're not saying that, well, somebody has spoken about the UAE's, I don't know, industrialization process. Somebody is talking about the UAE's gender process. Somebody is talking about the UAE's, I don't know, property rights, and we are now doing the UAE's labor market. No, that's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to connect this to economics. And we wanted to say, here is a paper which speaks to imperfect competition in labor markets, monopsony, and the impact of reducing monopsony. There are very few papers in the literature which allows that, okay? All right, so that's what all of this does. It goes to a lot of literature on I think somebody needs to mute their, great. Excellent. Okay, so that's what's in the introduction. We explain what we do. We talk about the institutional background, 89% migrants, only 11% locals. That's what all of this is in the paper. More details about the visas, and you can only leave if you have a no objection certificate from your employer. Okay, that's what an NOC is, okay? All right, you all have that. So look at section 3, okay? Again, I'm not going to go into it, but this is the paper. So the first part of the paper just talks about, it gives the introduction, the same introduction that I gave you, okay? This is ultimately an empirical paper, but guess what? What is the first thing we do? We write a theoretical model, okay? We're asking, you know, let's get a framework for the study of labor market power, okay? And it's a simple Kuno oligopoly model. So those of you who've done, you know, first year game theory, advanced microeconomics at the undergraduate level, you've all done this Kuno equilibrium, right? So it's actually not that difficult, okay? And so we ask ourselves, if you have a market and you are one of a few companies, so perfect competition would say that there are a large number of companies, each firm who is hiring labor takes labor as being, the wage as being fixed, okay? They have no power, all right, because each company is small. That's the standard. When you have a monopsony, or oligopsony, you have a situation where there's only one company who is hiring all of these laborers, the analogy to a monopoly, right? And so we look at the monopsony or oligopsony if you have a few of those people, and we just write down what is essentially you'd write down as an undergraduate model, okay? All right, so again, I probably won't bore you with the details of what the model is. Instead, just to let you know, here is the model, okay? And I don't think the model is that hard. You know, if you're looking at it the first time, it may seem a little bit difficult. But again, these are things which in an intermediate micro class we'll be teaching our students. In your first year PhD class, all of you will be taking this. You know, it's a game where, you know, you keep the labor choices of all other firms fixed. You look at what you should do. You have some monopoly power. You take your first order condition where you set your profit equals to 0, and then you get your demand for labor, right? Okay. And the difference is that if you are in a competitive world, your demand for labor is flat, okay? But it's not the case when you are a monopsony, right? The same as if it's a monopoly, right? Because if a monopolist is facing the entire demand curve, and oligopoly is facing the residual demand curve, okay? And so now let's flip from the goods market to the input market or labor market. Is the same thing. If it's competitive, the wage is flat. If it's one company hiring all of the workers, you have all of the, you know, you're facing the supply curve of workers, all right? And if it's oligopsony, one of a few companies hiring labor, you have the residual, okay? So again, it's not difficult theory, okay? All right? But what it does is it tells you, let's suppose you go from 10 companies to 20 companies, right? Okay? Then if more people are coming in, it shows you what you expect from wages, okay? So in other words, if you relax the assumption that workers are only with one company and can go, for example, to 2 companies and the competition among the 2 companies, then you get some implications as to what the wages will be, all right? Intuitively, if you relax the oligopsony or monopsony, instead of 1 company, you have 2. Instead of 5 companies, you have 10. That's our measure for relaxation of the market, okay? Or equivalently, if one worker can only compete on 1 firm with the kafala law, now you have, if there are N companies and each worker can bargain with all of those N firms, what would you expect? You would expect that wages will go up, right? Okay. If you're restricted to only 1 company, your bargaining power is low, your wages are going to be low. If instead you can go from 1 company to the next company to the next company, then you're going from oligopsony in the direction of perfect competition, which we know that the wages are going to be higher. Okay. All right. So that's the theoretical model. It's actually fairly straightforward, okay? So anyway, that's the model that we wrote, a simple oligopoly model. But I just want you all to reflect that that's the first thing in the paper, okay? After the introduction, okay, explain what we're trying to do and maybe a bit of a literature review, we quickly go into the theory. We explain how are we thinking about this model? What do we think is going to happen? Okay, what should happen? And again, if you all think about it a second, you would expect wages to rise, okay? And in the economics, you'd also expect that there'll be more workers in the system, right? And so as we go into the econometrics, we will want to show that after we've done all of our fancy econometrics, do we or do we not get the theoretical predictions, okay? All right. So that's the theory part, okay? Next, let me tell you about the data, all right? And so when I first went into the UAE, everybody was telling me that, well, I like the UAE and it's a good place, but here is a place where you can never find data. Everybody was saying, data doesn't exist. You cannot find data. There's no way you can get data. And for a while, I believed that myself. What did I then do? Well, at the Ministry of Labor, right now it's called the Ministry of Human Resources and Emiratization. I went there, and the first thing you do is just start talking to people, okay? Be nice to them. One common mistake of researchers is to go into a ministry and expect that, well, I have a PhD in economics, or I'm doing my PhD in economics, and you need to give me data. Don't you understand that Africa doesn't have data? And so if you don't give me data, you're a bad man. You're a bad person, okay? That's the wrong way to get anybody to help you, all right? So what I did was I went to the ministry and just said, look, I like the UAE. How can I help you? What do you have? What are the questions you're interested in? They were interested in skills upskilling, okay? They wanted their societies to be more sophisticated in terms of the skill levels of people coming in. And I said to myself, okay, let me see how I can help you. Let me give you my thoughts on your problem, okay? And so one thing led to another. They came to like me. And I said, hey, you know, wouldn't the minister enjoy hearing the impact of the minister's decree? And they all said yes. And I said, okay, for me to be able to prove that, you need to find data for me. And so they said, well, first they said, we don't have data. I looked at the ministry and I said, wait a minute, but don't you have anybody coming into the country, isn't their passport data available? They said, yes. And I said, don't you also write down their salary information? I said, well, it's not perfect, but we have something. I said, okay, can you give it to me? They were very hesitant. I signed a whole bunch of confidentiality, agreements. I went through my university. There's something called the IRB, the Independent Review Board, which reviews all research, okay? I signed with, confidentiality agreements there. I continued talking to them. And before you know it, I got all passport data of the times when people are coming into the UAE and some salary data, okay? So that was our first data set. Then I also became friends with a money exchange company called UAE Exchange. UAE Exchange is now out of business. They run, what is it called? MoneyGram, Travelex. Travelex is the name. If you go to an airport and to change one currency to another, in many airports, Travelex is there. They're a big remittance company. And for a while, they were in charge of disbursing salaries on behalf of companies to their employees. So they had everybody's salary data, okay? So same thing, when I went to the UAE, everybody told me, oh, you can't find data. It's impossible to find data. This is a new country. Nobody has the data. I went to the UAE and same thing. I humbled myself. I didn't go there with arrogance. I didn't tell them that, you have to give me the data. Instead, I went there and I said, how can I help you? What's on your mind? What issues are you facing? Okay, got to know them a little bit. And before you know it, they allowed me to get their data. So with that data, I had a second data set with salaries of all, of a large number, millions of workers, okay? All right, so that's the part about big data, all right? So I was able to go to the ministry, being friends with them, not giving up, not going there assuming anything. And similarly, next, I went to this company and same thing, started talking to them, trying to understand what they need and trying to be humble, okay? Many times academics will go to these places. They don't owe us anything, okay? They don't have to give us data. They have busy jobs themselves, okay? So just go there with some humility, take your time, get to know them and see what they have. So we got two very good data sets, okay? So that's the other part. So as I mentioned before, big question, you know what it is. Theory, you saw the theory. This is the monopsony model, Kuno oligopoly model, fairly straightforward, undergraduate game theory model, okay? And then the data sets, two big data sets, one from the ministries on who comes, when their contracts are, and some data on salaries. And then also from the money exchange company, they're the ones who are disbursing millions, the salaries of millions of people. So now we've got two very, very large data sets, okay? All right, so that's the third part. So next, I'm going to tell you about the econometrics, okay? How did we estimate this thing? What did we do? All right. So the first thing is you'd be tempted to just write a regression equation, okay? And just say, all right, let's look at maybe wages as the dependent variable, and then look as regressors, I don't know, income, what do you call it, education levels of these workers. Is it before or after the cutoff date? Okay, so you could put a 0, 1 on that, and maybe a bunch of other equations, right? And so if you think about it a second, as Ms. Vincent said, who knows what else is going to be there? What other things are going to be happening? Maybe something was happening around that time. So you could do that, but it doesn't seem like the right thing to do, okay? All right, and that's what you would normally go for in these things. What we did instead was a little bit different. Let me see if I can find a graph here. There you go. So what we did was this, okay? So this is the technique of regression discontinuities, okay? So what we did was we looked at, when you go into the UAE, you have a contract, okay? You have a 2-year contract. Sometimes it's 1 year, but it's a contract with the fixed date. And remember, we have the contract information from the data set from the Ministry of Labor. Anybody coming into the UAE has to get a visa. Because it's the kafala system, you need to get a contract. And so that contract has a beginning date and an end date, okay? And then our theory tells us that if it's during the, before the decree, right? After you finish your first contract and you're negotiating for a second contract or a continuation of that contract, then since you're in a monopsony world, right? Theory will tell us that you expect your next salary after that contract to be relatively low, okay? If on the other hand, your contract ends after the change in the reform, right? Then the new contract is gonna begin at a higher level because there's competition going on there, right? And so what we did was we looked at contracts which end before the expiration date, okay? And we look at how much the wages will be or the change of wages will be upon termination of a contract, okay? So that's what we get on the left. And then after that, we look at all contracts that begin after the change in the law, which as you can see was in 2011, okay? The decree was 2011. So we look at before, we look at all those contracts and look at contracts which begin, which end before the decree date, okay? So you've got a whole bunch of those and then you map out for each one, what is the incremental, right? By how much do you increase your wages? You do the same for all contracts which are after the expiration date, okay? And so when you're going from old to new, but from old to new takes place after that, that line there, okay? Look at the new wages at that time, okay? And so what you see here on the graph is a plot. This is the actual data. This is what it looks like, okay? So if you look at the line, you can sort of see that it's sort of low before that, before the cutoff date, and then it's high after the cutoff date. So this is our regression discontinuity, okay? And so if you're looking around 2011, before 2011, a little bit before it, a little bit after it, you'd expect that all those other things, so again, going back to Madame Vincent, most other things would not have changed, okay? The main thing that has changed around 2011 is that contract, okay? Is that a decree and the contracts and the competition around the contract, okay? So that's our regression, that's our empirical technique, okay? All right, so let me ask, I see on my screen here, I should admit Nekitenda Pauline, is that correct? I don't know why maybe I'm the administrator. Okay, I'm gonna hit admit. All right, so that's the econometrics of that. And so we did that. There are a whole bunch of other diagrams, but probably I won't go into that. Just to give you a feel for the number of data points that we have, we had to throw away a lot of data points where there isn't a match between where there isn't a match between one data set and another data set, okay? And so on the ministry data set, we had data in the millions, okay? Anybody coming in on any contract, we got that data set, okay? And then, but some of them have, some of them don't have contract information, Some of them don't have salary information. On the other side, we've got individuals who have, from the UAE exchange data, we've got all their salaries over a certain number of years, okay? Many of them we could power, you'll be able to get significance, okay? So that's what went on there. Just a second. Okay. So that's our estimation strategy. In words, these equations here are really just saying exactly what I just said, okay? So equation 6, I just told you what I was doing in a sort of verbal sort of way, but on the left is the wages, okay? And then on the right are dummy variables, whether you are, one month before the cutoff, 2 months before the cutoff, 3 months before the cutoff, as opposed to 1 month after the cutoff, 2 months after the cutoff, 3 months after the cutoff, right? And so we look at the regression coefficients before and after, and then you'll find that you get the regression coefficients, which measures the increase in wages, okay, are low before, high after, okay? So in a nutshell, we were able to show that the reform caused something like a 10% increase in wages, okay? So for the first time, we have a numerical amount showing if you free up the labor market, by how much will wages go up, okay? And so that's not an insignificant number, at least in this world, okay? This is 10% over a very large number of people. It's not just a few of them. And so increasing a large population's wages by 10% is a big deal, okay? All right, so that's the econometrics. What should I do next? So let's see. So let me pause here instead. Let me pause here and ask. What I'm going to do next is ask if there are any questions, and if not, I'll just tell you about things that happened after publication of the paper. Okay. All right. So let me pause here. Keep this interactive. Any questions, anybody, either from the floor or after this, I'm just going to tell you, give you a few more comments on how to move forward, and then tell you about some reactions to the paper. Any questions, anybody?
Yes, we have
and again,
a comment
you all
here.
have the paper. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So,
He's still thinking about it, so whoever else has a question, please, you can go ahead. Anyone online?
hello, Professor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to ask this question. I think while presenting, you made mention of the fact that you are not interested as per whether the policy reform is anticipated or not. But I would like to ask this question, at least from the economist background, okay, what is the role of unanticipated shocks or unanticipated policy changes? If we bring in that, the issue of uncertainty, okay, let's just assume that this thing is not anticipated. So does it have any implication compared to when it is anticipated? Thank you.
Yeah. So first of all, your first statement was we were not interested in the effect of policy reform. That's not correct. What I did say is that we were trying to, so any paper that you have, you are sending it to a particular journal, and so you have to sell that paper, right? Okay, you have to explain why will this particular journal accept this particular paper. We wanted to send the paper to the Journal of Political Economy, and for that reason, we wanted to sell the paper as a paper on economics and monopsony. If we were, for example, sending the paper to, if there's a Journal of the Economy of the UAE, right? If we're submitting to that journal, then we would be emphasizing the UAE part of it, okay? And so all of that is just about marketing, okay? I actually care a lot about policy. And as I'll say later, that's one of the joys of this particular paper. So, so that's the response to that. As regards unanticipated changes, again, I think this is part of an earlier question. You can imagine that if people knew ahead of time that the changes were going to be taking place and the changes were anticipated, then there'll be the fear that they will be increasing the wages before the decree, right? And so then we would not see any increase in the wages. You got it? And so if our result had been that the wages had remained flat, then one of our excuses could be, hey, this thing was anticipated, okay? People knew about this ahead of time. So they jacked up the price, the wages, in anticipation, okay? The fact that we actually saw the wages rise means that it wasn't that big a deal. And then I think we did some surveys of companies to see whether, did you know this was coming? How did this come? And then we went to the ministry itself. And so we sort of assured ourselves that it was somewhat unanticipated, okay? They announced it sort of all of a sudden, and people didn't change things. And so if you look at behavior ahead of that thing, you should be seeing an increase, for example, in employment and an increase in wages over time if it was being anticipated. We didn't see that, okay? The graph showed actually that wages were going down, the change happened, and then it shot up, okay? All right, so that's my answer to that, okay? All right, so that's the paper. Presume there's nobody else. Let me just tell you some things I liked about the paper, okay? And then after that, I'll give you some remarks for yourself, okay?
There are two more
some
people.
Things I liked about the paper.
Sorry.
What's that?
Yeah, there are two more people who have a question.
Two more people. Oh, great.
Yes.
Excellent. Go ahead. Excellent.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor, for that presentation. My name is Michael. I come from Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA, here in Nairobi. Now, my question is on an empirical question, specifically on weighting. There was a paper that Aldridge et al. Wrote in 2013. The title of the paper is What Are We Waiting For? Probably you've read the paper, or probably you're aware of the paper. Now, in the paper, Aldridge, Aldridge his books, we all use all his books in graduate level. Now, in the paper, they argue that there's nothing that is more confusing as the role of weighting, or rather the role of sample weights in empirical analysis, among economic researchers. And then they argue that there is, even at the PhD level, even at the in research, there's a general lack of confusion about the role of sample weights in our analysis as economists. Further, they also say that there's also like the assumptions made or the motives made when weighting. Some of them are unclear and some of them also wrong. So I don't know, what's your take on this? Did you weight your data while doing your descriptive analysis, also regression analysis? And what's your opinion about this whole debate about the role of sample weights in empirical analysis? Thank you so much.
Maybe you can take
my
this.
quick response to that is, I think I was very clear how we did our research. We looked at a few months before and a few months after. So ours is a regression discontinuity model, right? So we looked at all contracts, okay, which ended right before the cutoff time, and those like a month or 2 months right afterwards. And so between those, most of the contracts were still in place. The only difference would be if it's before and after, okay? So I don't think any of those issues apply here, okay? It's just, it's such a clean, straightforward econometric technique. We look at regression discontinuity, few months before, few months after, okay? So I'll let you tell me if there are any weighting issues I need to be worried about. I'm not worried about it, okay? Because we have a very, very clean design, okay?
Thank you.
Great. Is this somebody else? Yep.
Another question.
Yep.
Thank you very much for very elaborate methodology and the data cleaning process. I think this is very informative in terms of how you deal with the data coming from different sources. Sorry, my name is Paul Kamau from University of Nairobi. Two questions that I perhaps, and you'll forgive me because I've not read the paper to understand it better, except from your presentation. One is that you're saying you matched and you had to throw out a lot of data to come up with a sample that is used in the analysis. So is this something that had to be done in the system, or is it something that needs to be done manually to match the data from the exchange and the data from the Ministry of Labor? Secondly, is about the period 3 months after and 3 months before. My question is, while there could be justification in the paper, could you enlighten us on why 3? Is it enough for maybe a labor market to adjust? And we know that they will be running contracts, so even when this policy intervention happened, perhaps salaries may not adjust as quickly, or could be I missed something. Thank you, Prof.
So let me answer your questions in reverse order. So the last one was, why did we use 3 months, and is it enough? Okay, so thank you for saying that. Because we used 3 months and we got positive results, it means that we're doing well. You see what I mean? If we didn't get positive results, then we could have used the excuse you've mentioned that companies need more time to adjust, okay, to sort of defend ourselves for not getting better results. But even with this short timeline, we got results. So if your maintained hypothesis is correct, that it takes time for some adjustment, then it will mean that our 10% would have been even larger, right? If that's the only thing that was going on. So the fact that even with 3 months, we're able to get something is a good thing. You understand? It shows that the markets responded very, very quickly. And so our results are powerful, okay? That's the first response. The other response is that when you do it for a longer period, then you run the risk of contaminating things with other issues. Maybe the macroeconomics of the society was such that wages are increasing over time anyway because of inflation, right? And so that would mean that you'll be capturing a lot of those inflationary things. And so that's why you want to keep it narrow around the cutoff date so that you avoid these big, long macro things, okay? And that's the great thing about these regression discontinuities. It's reasonable to presume, since you've got a narrow window and you have the cutoff, that around that time, not much is changing, which could cause the abrupt increase in average wages that we saw, okay? So that's the answer to the latter question. Your prior question was matching. How did we match? Did we do it manually? So it's manual in the sense that we had to do the programming, but everything is on Stata, right? So we use Stata code, maybe also MATLAB code, just to see, you know, which of these data points actually have data associated with it, okay? So this is all the data cleaning. You get a lot of data from the ministry, but some of them obviously doesn't make sense. A lot of it has no data in it. There's a name, there's a passport number, there's a date they've arrived, but not a date that they left, okay? And so you can't do anything with that, okay? So those are the kinds of things that we did, and it's manual only to the extent that we looked at it and we wrote code which says if it doesn't have a start date and an end date and a salary figure, drop, okay? So drop if ... three conditions hold, okay? So it's manual as in we had to code it, but it's we use Stata to do that, okay? All right.
Yeah, there was...
anybody else?
Mefang, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Ok, merci une fois de plus pour la parole accordée. Je tiens d'abord à remercier le professeur pour nous avoir donné les secrets sur comment avoir les données administratives, parce que généralement, ce n'est pas vraiment évident. Donc, c'est un plus déjà que j'ai à l'issue de la présentation du professeur. J'ai deux préoccupations. La première est de savoir, étant donné que tout au long de votre présentation, professeur, vous avez essayé de présenter le cadre conceptuel qui vous permet de démontrer que le changement de politique a eu un effet sur, je veux dire, les résultats du marché du travail des migrants et sur l'offre de travail. J'aimerais savoir si à la fin, par exemple, au niveau des résultats, on trouve des effets contre-intuitifs, c'est-à-dire qui ne sont pas liés à ce que vous avez eu à démontrer à partir du cadre conceptuel. Comment est-ce qu'on va expliquer cela? Deuxième préoccupation, j'aimerais vraiment savoir, ou bien du moins que vous nous expliquez de manière concrète, quelle est la différence entre la théorie et le cadre conceptuel. Merci.
Effects on the model, I think we had, I'm getting an echo here, I'm not sure why. All right, so in terms of the effects on the model, we had okay, can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, okay. So in terms of the effects on the model, we had pretty much everything going according to what the model said. The main conclusions from the model, number one, wages should rise. Number two, employment should rise. So we saw those two things, okay? So that's the response to the first question. When you say the difference between theory and the conceptual, they're sort of the same. Maybe conceptual is sort of talking about the theory in words, and the theory itself is maybe the mathematical construction, in our case, the oligopoly model. Okay, so the concept is they're firms, they work with each other, they're competing against each other, and it's not perfect competition. It's monopsony or oligopsony, okay? And then we write down the theoretical model where there's a labor supply curve. Each firm takes as given the outputs of others and they best respond. And so you get the demand for labor as a function of the, the given demands of all others. And then you solve for a Nash equilibrium, okay? And so maybe that's what you're talking about, okay? But the theory is, a precise model. The concept is maybe talking about that model, okay? All right. I hope you heard me, and I hope, does anybody else have a question?
None for now.
None for now. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the joys of this paper, and then afterwards, a few remarks on things, some tips for you, okay? All right, so let me see if I'm still sharing this. All right, just 1 second. All right, so now let me share this one. All right, so the first great thing is, so after the paper came out, there was actually an article in The Economist about our paper, okay? And the fact that, it's essentially stated, and maybe I should mention this, but The Economist article focused on the fact that changing the reform was a good thing, okay? And so, many of you may find it strange that we did this modeling. You may find it strange that we did this sophisticated econometrics. But there are journalists out there, there are professionals out there. They like this, okay? It gives it sort of, credence, okay? When somebody sees that you've done the theoretical work, they've seen that you've done the empirical work, and they see that it's been published in a good place, that's how you get this thing. There's a whole article in The Economist magazine about our paper, okay? So that makes us feel very, very proud. And I'm saying this to all of you to say that there's an appetite for doing good research in this particular way. So if you read The Economist and you want to get your paper out in the Economist magazine, note that the journalists there, just like the economics profession, they want to see the same thing. They want to make sure that there's a lot of good data, that you've got the best data that you can. They want to make sure that you've written a model out there so you know what you're talking about, you know what to expect. They want to make sure that the econometrics is sound, okay, so that you're not just writing a linear regression equation. It could be a whole bunch of other things going on, omitted variables, other effects which have not been taken into account. So one of the first things is, this was a great joy to have this particular paper come out and featured in The Economist magazine, okay? That's the first thing I wanted to say. Again, in case you're wondering, is there an appetite out there for research work which is policy motivated and yet uses some theory, very good econometrics, okay? So that's point number one. Point number two, just in case I gave the wrong message. So the message I gave was that we wanted this thing published in the Journal of Political Economy. And so our message was all about monopsony, okay? That this is a contribution to economics, not necessarily an advance on the United Arab Emirates, okay? If you are from a smaller African nation and you want to get your paper published somewhere, the goal when you're writing the paper, think of a bigger audience, okay? So you may be in your home nation. My home nation is Ghana. Ghana may have some specific policy issues which are burning for Ghanaians. I may write a paper on that and publish it in the Ghanaian Economics Journal, which is fine. But if I want to get publicity for that paper outside of Ghana, then I need to change the rhetoric. I need to change the topic. I need to focus on other things. I need to relate it to a different literature, okay? So that's what I've said all before. That being the case, I have to tell you that I also enjoy the fact that within the UAE, so I teach there every spring semester, and every now and then there'll be a younger economist who'll come up to me and say, yeah, you know, I really love that paper of yours. This is exactly what I want to do as an economist. I want to use modern economics to talk about what my government, so this is somebody from the UAE, what my government is doing, okay? I want to be able to advise my Minister of Labor on labor policy, okay? And so when people come to me and they say that, it really makes me feel good. It makes me feel like I've done something, okay? Every now and then I'll be talking to a different minister at the UAE. So recently I was talking to the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Trade in many African nations, okay? And they were citing this paper that I had done for the Ministry of Labor. And again, that too is really, really nice. So these are the joys you get when you write some of these papers and they get published. And so those of you who are thinking of writing, don't give up on doing a theoretical piece. Don't give up on doing sophisticated econometrics just because somebody is telling you, oh, nobody will read this because it's theory. Nobody will read this because it's sophisticated econometrics. On the contrary, that's how you get prestige from this, confidence from this. This is how you get The Economist magazine to be talking to you. This is how you get the Minister of Economy of the UAE talking to you. Those guys want to see that you've done solid economics, important economics, and you know, they're not going to say, oh, you just happen to do this and I'm going to accept it because it's policy. They're going to say, yes, it's policy, but how good is this work? Did this person do all of the work that was required, okay? So I just wanted to emphasize that because sometimes I'll be talking to junior colleagues and you get the view that they think that if you do something which is theoretical, nobody is going to read it. If you do something with sophisticated and correct econometrics, because it's technical, nobody's going to read it. On the contrary, okay, they will respect you more because you've done all of that. Because within the ministries, especially now in Africa, all of the ministries are staffed with people who have PhDs in economics, okay? So whereas in the olden days, you could get away with a simple regression equation and start talking about policy. Right now, people can read all of this stuff. They want to see that you've done all of the work, that there's a theory out there, there's the good econometrics out there, you've got great data out there, it's a precisely worded and framed question, okay? That's what everybody's going to do. It's not like the olden days where, you know, you just write one regression equation there and everybody is happy about it. They want to see the detail, okay? So I just wanted to point out to you that that's a good thing. Writing journal papers is not easy. You know, it will take many rounds. I think even this paper, when we first sent it to a journal, it was rejected, okay? The first place it went to was rejected. It was the second time around we got to the Journal of Political Economy, which in my books is one of the best, you know, definitely top 5 in economics, and it was published there, okay? So the fact that you get a rejection somewhere, don't let it get the better of you. Just get up, look at the referee reports, change it, resubmit, okay, as soon as possible, okay? Don't get depressed, don't get discouraged, just get up and do it. It takes time, okay? I should also mention that this paper originally actually was sitting dormant for a while. I hear that now it's making the rounds at MIT and Cambridge, and graduate students are reading it. So sometimes it takes a little bit of time before the citation count and interest in the paper arises, okay? So that's the joys of the paper. Let me pause now to see if there are any other comments. Otherwise, I'll conclude with some advice for you all, okay? Any other comments from people so we can keep this interactive? Anybody from the floor?
Yes, we have a question from...
Yeah,
you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I am Miura from Madagascar. Thank you very much for the sharing related to the context behind of this paper. And I see that the contextualization leading to the research question is very interesting and relevant. But Professor, I have a concern about the two first points related to the big question and the good data sets. In reality, even with a relevant context, according to the availability of data, the context to be studied and the main question must be sometimes reformulated. And as you said, in the process of making of this paper, you mentioned the difficulty of obtaining the data at the beginning, and many people discouraged you. And my question is how to deal with the reality that deserves to be deepened, such as an evolution of any given public policy, in one hand, and the challenges of obtaining good quality of data in the other hand. More specifically, in the case of this paper about monopsony, did the available of data not change the main question along the way, even a little bit? Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, good points all. Not much to add. Yes, in terms of the big question, you know, all of you are searching for topics. And so, you know, sometimes you try one topic and it just doesn't work. You can't formulate the topic. And so you drop it and you look for something else. Other times you sort of have the topic, but you don't have it really narrowed down. So you have to, you know, your questioning has to evolve, okay? So points well taken. Data sets, the same thing. It's very hard, and as junior scholars, you look for data, and my only point is that don't give in too easily, okay? Be humble when you are talking to people. There's probably more data there than you would expect, okay? So I just wanted to say that, you know, hang in there a little bit longer, and try and find something. But it's very hard to get the data. It takes a long time to get the data. And yes, the reality is many of you will struggle to find the data. My only point is that when I went to the UAE, everybody was telling me that I would similarly find it hard to get the data. But I got it in the end. Perseverance, making friends, you know, going to the people who have the data and being, you know, asking them, what do you want to get out of this? What is on your agenda? Okay, and so once you start working with these people, then they too, they'll come back and then they'll help you, okay? But points well taken.
Thank you, Prof. We have Sarah, who has her hand up. Sarah?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. We are very grateful for the presentation, especially taking us through the procedure of the big question, you know, the assets, the data sets, the theory, the econometrics. But we in academics now, you find out that most of our students, they don't lack the big questions. They don't lack good data sets. They don't even lack theories. They can give you so many theories and eventually give you one of them to be the theoretical framework supporting their papers. And econometrics, they can display them very good, both pre-test, post-test, and everything. But when it comes to discussions of the findings, that will make policy implications available to the policy makers. Those are the problems. You see, so we are economists. We are in a country, and our role is to support the government, to formulate good and rational policies. But when you have theories, you have the econometrics, and you have everything, and you cannot, interpret your results in a way that will bring out the policy implications for the policy makers. So you see, are we only theorizing to promote ourselves or for national development? So that's my question for Professor.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So I can tell you that in my work, I follow the scheme that I just mentioned: big question, theory, data, econometrics. And I can tell you that for the work that I have been doing, policymakers in the UAE are all paying attention, okay? All of them. I can tell you that, currently I'm doing a lot of work in Ghana. My research work has resulted in the formation of the Ghana Commodity Exchange, among others, lobbying the Ghana government together with the project team and a lot of other people who have been involved in that. And so, at least on my side, I can tell you that, the policy impact has been something I have cherished and I have liked. And I just think that for others as well, I can't speak to individuals, but yeah, if you write a specific big question, if you do the theory, if you get the big data, if you do the econometrics, today, a lot of our policy leaders are all economists who are fairly sophisticated. They will pick it up and they will read it. To the extent that some of you are finding it difficult to tease that out, for the younger people, get a hold of your seniors, get a hold of your research leaders, email me, email other economists, and as a junior person, wherever we can help, we can help. But I do think that, especially today in Africa, our policymakers are reading these papers. Okay, I speak to ministers in Ghana, and they've been picking up some of these papers. They've been listening to people on the radio. Okay, so if you do the serious work today, along the lines that I just mentioned, I believe that people will pay attention. Okay.
There is another question on the floor, Prof.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. That was very good insight. Yeah, so I think it's quite it's a consolation to us when you say that this premier paper was rejected several times. Yeah, so now the question here is, how do you decide on where you are going to send the paper? Because looking at your paper, it looks like it could have been more suitable in a labor economics journal. So how do you make decision on where you want to send your paper? Thank you.
Yeah, so that will take, again, this is where you can talk to your seniors, but, you look at the paper and, my view is you always pitch it high first, get the referee reports, and then, over time you go lower and lower and lower, okay? So, first of all, write the paper so that you think it will get a good audience, okay? So if you've follow the scheme that I just mentioned, you've got a good topic, good theory, good data, great econometrics, and you aim it somewhere high. If on the other hand, you weren't able to get any good data, the econometrics was not that good, the question is, you weren't able to pitch it in a particular way, then you should go for a lower ranked journal, okay? So these are things which those who are experienced in the different journals can tell you, all right? Each journal has what they like. Some journals only take randomized controlled trials. And so if you're not doing an RCT, don't send it to those journals, okay? Other journals do only empirical work. So if your paper is more theory, less empirical, it's not gonna work, okay? And vice versa. There's some that take only theory. So, right now there are a lot of journals out there. How do you choose? Talk to somebody who knows the different journals. Think through this paper that you've finally written. Where does it stand in your own mind? Is this a great paper? Okay. Did you do all the things that you were supposed to do? If you did, send it to as high a place as you can. When you send your paper to very high places, you actually get very high referee reports, okay? And so, you know, if you've done a great job, you've done all of the steps I've mentioned, send it to a top place, see what happens, okay? Don't be shy. It may get rejected. Everybody's papers gets rejected. Nobel Prize winners have their papers rejected, okay? There was an article about, you know, an economist who I admire immensely, Angus Deaton. He's just written what I think is a fascinating paper about the opioid crisis in the United States and, you know, the high mortality rates on white Americans, white American men, okay? It got rejected in a couple of places before it's where it's going to land now. I think it got rejected two places. And Angus Deaton has a Nobel Prize, okay? And he's a great economist. And I think he's an economist I adore, okay? I love reading his papers, and he's done great work. And so if that can happen to him, how about the rest of us, okay? So don't let that get to you. So again, in answer to your question, aim high, try some of the high ones, create a paper that you feel comfortable in sending to a high place, okay? Do the work, go through the stages I just mentioned, aim high, okay? Don't be discouraged. If you try it the first time and it doesn't work, look at the referee reports, okay? Talk to your seniors, people who've done this many times, and they can give you advice. They can say, hey, you know, this is a really good paper, even though you got rejected here, send it to another top 5 journal, okay? You know, and I look forward to seeing many of your journals, many of your papers appear in top 5, okay? But after you've tried once, twice, if your seniors tell you, well, this is a good paper, but not really up to standard, you weren't able to tick all 4 of the marks I just mentioned, then you start going lower, okay? Change the topic, change the focus a little bit, and then design your paper for other journals, okay? But great question, great question. All right.
There is another
Anybody
question.
else?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Prof. I must appreciate that the paper is really comprehensive. And now my question is, was the project funded or just funded it yourself? And on the same note, what's your take on research funding, especially in Africa? Thank you.
Yeah, so was this funded? Not really, okay? So so of course I'm paid a salary, just as all of you guys. My understanding is you all get you know, your research stipends. This is not a randomized control trial, so the RCTs are very expensive, but this was not one of them. It involved you know, getting the data, thinking through the modeling, which I did on the blackboard with Suresh Naidu, doing the econometrics, running the regressions. These are all on Stata. Maybe we had a research assistant help us out, okay? But no, this was not one of these very expensive projects that required, you know, $100,000 or more to create, okay? So, so that's the direct answer to your question. That said, and this was going to be the next part of what I was going to say. First of all of you should be applying for grants, okay? There are a lot of institutions which give small grants, depending on what the topic is. You don't have to be from the United States to get those grants, okay? Normally, if you get a letter of recommendation from a senior professor, it goes a long way. You know, International Growth Center, National Science Foundation of the United States, the Gates Foundation, presumably AERC, you have your internal mechanisms, but you guys should be applying, okay? even when you get rejected on some of these external grants, the referee reports are invaluable. Okay, they will tell you what's wrong with your project, why they think the project is not that good, and so that's a great thing to do. I strongly encourage you to do that. I don't know what the funding is at the AERC, but to the extent that all of your funding comes from the AERC, that's probably a bad thing. Okay, it reminds me in the United States, somebody was once telling me about scientists and how there was a lot of funding for African American scientists, black scientists. And although that sounds like a good thing, the problem is that those African American scientists who received the funding therefore had no incentive to go out and get their own funding, make connections, get professors to help them. So over time, their additional funding actually hurt their progress within their science trajectory. Okay, so in science, it's always good to have a postdoc with a professor. If you have lots of funding and you don't need a postdoc, you won't hustle for a postdoc, you won't get your name out there. The same with funding, okay? So those of you who think you're ready, apply for these grants. Even though you may have your own funding from the AERC, apply somewhere else. It will get your name out there. It will get you some good referee reports. It will build confidence. And you may actually win some of these funding rounds, okay? Which looks great on your CV, okay? And so that's my advice to you, okay? And that's what I was going to add, okay? There's a big appetite for giving funding to people who are young, starting off their careers. There's quite a bit of money for junior professors, okay? All right.
Any more questions?
Anything else, anybody?
Okay, seems okay from the floor here.
All right. So I think I am wrapping up now. It's about, I think I had about 30 minutes more to go, but I think I've covered most of the things I was going to say, okay? So, so let me just summarize what I've done, okay? And then if there's more I should add, Dr. Abebe, let me know, okay? So as I said before, this is great. This is really great. I wish more of these opportunities existed when I was a younger economist. So AERC, thank you. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, thank you. Great, 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 okay? Let me just repeat the 4 things. I've said it many, many times, but I think it's worth repeating. Number 1, get yourself a big question, a good question. When you're writing a paper, when you're doing your research, you're going to be doing it for a long time, okay? I like to joke that when you're finding a topic, it's like getting a friend who's going to be with you all the time. So you better like that friend, okay? Because a friend is going to be with you all the time, all right? So get something you really enjoy, an area that you think I could spend a lot of time in, okay? And do the work, okay? As I said at the end of it, after you've done great work, it's a lot of joy, all right? Data is going to be important. Yes, data is hard to come by, but I don't think it's as hard to come by as people say. There's a lot of data out there. You got to go out there and hustle for it. Too many times people give up and don't even try, okay? All data is good. You just keep on searching until you get something, okay? You'll be surprised at what you can find. Talk to banks, talk to hospitals, talk to central bank, be creative about it, but don't give up, okay? As I said, and as I've shown you today, if I had listened to people, if I had heard what they were saying about me, about getting data in the UAE, that paper would not have been written, okay? And so, thank goodness I didn't pay any attention to anybody. I just went out there, tried to be a nice person, Try to talk to people, make them your friends, okay? Get to know them, figure out what they want, okay? Visit them often, help them with their projects, okay? And before you know it, they're opening the door to the information that you need. Never go there thinking, oh, I'm a researcher. I have a PhD in economics, or I'm getting a PhD in economics. You have to give me data. If you don't give me data, you're a bad person, okay? That's not gonna get you the data, okay? Nobody wants to be accused of being something bad. They'll just turn away. They're busy people, okay? So anyway, that's the data point, okay? Theory. Theory, as I said before, as I said during my talk, if there's one area that I think many of you need to appreciate is the importance of some theory. I've read many papers from junior colleagues where, you know, a topic will be mentioned and immediately there's a regression. There's no statement as to which way is this supposed to go? What does the literature say? Why do you write this regression equation? Okay, what would economic theory tell you as to the signs of the coefficient? Too many papers, those things are absent. Okay, if you want to write a great paper, please spend some time on what the theory is, and it could be a very simple theory. Okay, it could be a theory that you've picked off the shelf from somebody else, or a theory that you yourself have developed. But you need something. You need the economics to tell you, I expect this to happen, okay? Standard economic theory says A, B, C, and D. So we're now going into the field to see whether A, B, C, and D actually hold, okay? So please do the theory. The fact that we are Africans does not mean that we should not be doing theory, okay? On the contrary, Africa needs theory much, much more than the developed world. The developed world, all the systems are working. They've been studied for a long time. The institutions are all there. I love economics because as an African, I look at our markets. I'm just amazed, okay? All of our markets are big, they're dynamic. And how do we apply economic theory to these big markets that we see, these big African markets? Isn't it surprising we're supposed to be so poor, but the markets actually work, okay? They bring food stuff from all over the place into these centralized markets. There's bargaining going on, okay? And the equilibrium settles somehow or the other, okay? So the economics is the same. We just have to apply it to our context. Anybody who tells you that if you're African, you should not be doing a theory is doing you a disservice. On the contrary, as Africans wanting to grow our economies and make things better, we have a greater need to understand good theory, okay? Then number 4, I told you about econometrics. There are different kinds of econometrics. You use the econometrics that works for you. Be very careful of simplistic economics, okay? You know, all of us reach out to a linear regression model. Why should that model work, okay? Think creatively about the econometrics, about the causality. Why should this thing work, okay? Why is this the right empirical model, okay? Sometimes you'd have to go, as we did, on regression discontinuity models. If you do the standard, you'll probably get nothing. You know, you might not see anything. If we had run a regular regression on the data that we have over the course of a year, okay, even if you were able to get that data, I doubt whether we'd get the results that we saw, okay? So this is just telling you that if you do the good econometrics, you may see things which are absent when you do the simple standard linear regression model without thinking, okay? So that's the writing of the papers. If you're going to publish, pitch it to the right place. There are many, many journals out there. Think through what the right journal is for you. I want all of you aim high. I think this is the goal of this lecture, to encourage you all to think about the topmost journals, okay? And so design your paper. I've given you some hints, the way I would do it, the 4 different parts. Send it off to top journals. You will get rejected, chances are. Nobel Prize winners get rejected. It's not the end of the world. You get very, very good referee reports if you send it to better journals. And so try it. write a paper which is fit for a top journal and send it off, okay? If you write papers with theory, good econometrics, journalists love that. If it gets published in a good place, that's when it's going to get quoted, okay? A journalist looking at your paper, even if you say something which is really important, may decide not to feature it because it hasn't been published in a good place, okay? So you may decide you want to write about something close to the heart of Nigeria. You're going to do only applied work, no theory, no extreme econometrics, because you think that that's what policy requires, right? That's not the case anymore. The journalists are going to be more likely to quote your work if you put in the effort to do the good econometrics, good theory, okay? The same with policymakers. Policymakers are very smart now, okay? And when they see that you've done a very simplistic linear regression model, they will see it for what it is. And they may read it, they may be, amused by it. Chances are they'll be too scared to really quote it or to work on it. All right, always apply for grants, small grants, junior people, things are biased in your favor, okay? So apply for these grants all the time. Worst case, they'll get rejected, but you will get very, very good referee reports. And in many cases, you'll be surprised and actually win some of these small grants, which will help you for your research. You should do this even if you're being funded by the AERC. It's good on your CV. You'll get to meet other people outside of your own individual networks. It's strongly encouraged, okay? Reach out to people, reach out to me at any time, reach out to other professors. When you do, realize that, if we can't spend a lot of time on you, it's not because we don't want to, it's just that we're just busy with lots of things. So my recommendation is, please be precise what you need, and then to the extent that I or others can help, we will help. Just say, here is my paper, and please read if you can, but what I really need help on is I've written a model of human capital and health, or human capital and tax payments, and can you tell me any literature that you know about this, or any modeling around this, okay? So these are all things that you can do, all right? So anyway, that was my talk, and let me stop now. I think I have, as we say in Ghana, I have landed. So if there are any questions, feel free to talk. And, I wish all of you very, very well. I think, as I said at the very beginning, this is a great thing. And I hope AERC is able to continue it, because I think it's, I wish I had that when I was your age. All right, so thank you all.
Thank you, Prof. Really enjoyed this session. It has run almost for 3 hours, past 3 hours. So myself, I was telling, I wish I had also the same opportunity back then in the days. But even now, I was saying, okay, I'm still young enough to learn some of the tricks that you have shared with us. So basically, this is a session to inspire all of you, all of us, and at the same time also to understand research is not, at least in development economics, for the faint-hearted. You have to have a strong ego. That's what Lance said this morning. To take negative criticism very, very positively. You should not expect a pat on the back and on the shoulder, and a hug in the research world is tough. So when you receive comments that you don't agree, you have to really suck it up. And another lesson from Prof's presentation is some of the projects, like the one he has shared with us, the paper that came out in JPE, it has taken a long time also, a long gestation period. You know, it doesn't, like you don't write it in 2 months and you expect your paper to come out in those highly visible competitive journals. So the opportunity you have today, all of you, you have to think in a bit of a long term as well. Yes, you may be writing some papers to meet your grant requirements. I mean, we are happy to receive good empirical paper. But then this mentoring session is meant to challenge you to think, to drill down and go to the well where you draw out a wealth of knowledge from this experience. So the challenge is basically for us, not only for this particular project, but it's a lifetime. Some of you may want to pursue research in academia, research in government institutions, think tanks, because they rely on you, on us, our governments for advice. You know, they call you on you to get some advice. So the more you read, the more you write, the more you understand your country, the better service you give to your governments. So this is really an opportunity to learn from the best how they have done it. So this is hopefully inspired us to go to the highway that is a little bit far, but the destination is a very fulfilling one for the continent, for your country, and for yourself. So thank you, Prof. I mean, I have known Prof. Yao for a bit of time, I think, and I have always seen his commitment and passion on Africa. So the one he set up in NYU, he has always linked up with the researchers in the continent. And this is a model also we have to think of, just not of yourselves, but also the ones following you as you get older. 10 years down the line, you should be able to mentor many that are coming. So this is basically how capacity is built and how critical mass is created. So we are in this together. We are very grateful, Prof. And I hope you take time to read the paper. Just don't put it in your inbox. Based on the narrative, what you learn to call the kitchen. He has taken you the kitchen, how they have prepared this paper, what motivated them to think about these issues, and how they were fortunate enough to find the data that would identify the direction in which the causation is made, but also how they formulated their theory based on the descriptive reality they have seen from the data, and then how they rigorously tested the hypothesis, etc. So this is craft, the things you don't learn in other places. So this class is a special class. He told you his secrets. So basically, usually you don't find it in the website, you don't find it anywhere else. So we are very deeply grateful. And ARC, I think, continues to build on this experiment. And I think tomorrow we are going to also have a good session with Land and with Jim Robinson. So I hope at the end of it, you get a sense of how these successful people have made it to the top. So with this, I think brings this session to a close by thanking Professor Nyarko, and I hope we give him another round of applause. So bye-bye, Prof. Akwaba and Asante Sana from Nairobi. As usual, you have always been really our, we had to bring him even last minute, but you can see how passionate he is about these issues. So thank you, Prof. Extremely pleased to have you here. So those of you on this side, you are now free to have your coffee. Those of you attending virtually, now we are coming to a close, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And thank you very much. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Some in-house announcement, please. In-house announcement, not for the people online, please. You've closed? Okay, thank you. So this is a request that please see Sheila for your per diem payment. She's waiting for you. Yes.